Well, good morning. It's 9:06, and we'll reconvene the meeting now. Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Yep.
Regent Batista. Here. Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent Brager.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Fernandez. Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. We'll move into agenda item number 15, which is public comment. For those who'd like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 933-5568-7402 and passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Please go ahead. For the system office in Reno, do you want to begin with your public comment?
All right. Thank you. I didn't know the microphone was off. Bradley Summerhill, for the record, Summerhill. I am TMCC Faculty Senate Chair-elect, a former Senate Chair and System Chair of Chairs, and recently Chair of the Senate Salary, Benefits, and Budget Committee. I pride myself on being able to get things done in cooperation with administration, and I am a proud member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm here today to comment on Agenda Item 26, Title 4, Chapter 4, specifically Section 9, the revisions which appear to demand a legislative fiscal note prior to negotiation between a collective bargaining unit and administration. This section appears to propose an endless futile loop of segregated actions, one act taking place at the legislature, the other act taking place at a separate time and place within an institution. The proposed changes to this section are, to say the least, confusing. The end goal here, or at least the result, appears to be confusion. Confusion will stymie organization and bargaining. The proposed changes to Section 9 can only be read as anti-union language. I urge the board to reject this confusing proposal, as confusion cannot benefit employee or employer. Instead, I urge the board to direct staff to undertake a proper, holistic, and comprehensive analysis of this chapter in conjunction with its employee groups in order to avoid needless contention and confusion. Thank you.
My name is Lars Jensen. I am a faculty member at TMCC, chair of the Math Department, and I speak as a member of the public as well. Faculty at institutions of higher education are among the most dedicated employees of any institution in this state, public or private. Faculty's dedication to serving the public good is what brings them here, not the salary. Many faculty can obtain better paying jobs in private industry if they want to. But a strong and independent faculty can express its voice freely. That can express its voice freely is a prerequisite for an institution to be able to provide quality higher education. Without a strong faculty, education will be watered down. When you consider the proposed changes to Title 4, Chapter 4, please consider the detrimental effect it will have on faculty and by extension on the quality of education at our institutions. And that will hurt students and employers in the state. It will hurt the public good. Don't make it harder for faculty to find organized representation, please. Faculty is very capable of finding those we want to represent us within the current Title IV, Chapter 4 framework. Faculty must be trusted. There's no reason to make it harder for us to organize or find representation. Undermining collective bargaining and making it harder for faculty to organize will weaken us, and that will only have a negative effect on the quality of education in NSHE, and that's something this state can't afford. Thank you.
I'm Kyle Smith, diesel instructor at TMCC and NFA member. My comment is in regards to Agenda Item 26, Title IV, Chapter 4. I may not understand all the complexities of governing higher education, but something I do understand very well is faculty need to be able to do what is best for students. It sounds like these proposed changes have the potential to create a negative impact to supporting student learning, and I believe that there needs to be further conversation around these changes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dan Hooper, and I'm a faculty at the TMCC Math Department for the last 10 years. You might be able to hear the shakiness in my voice. I'm a little nervous when I come to speak. I usually don't, but this is important, so I'm pushing through it. These changes are not going unnoticed. Please respect the proud history of the NFA and its collaborative work with the various institutions by rejecting these changes. Allow bargaining to continue as it always has. It ain't broke, so don't fix it. Thank you.
Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Tanya Hayes, and I'm a community college professor at TMCC for the last 9 years. And before that, I taught part-time at UNR for about 10 years as well. I teach economics and statistics. I'm here today speaking on the same issue as my friends who have been speaking already, to ask you to protect our rights as faculty to bargain with our institutions. We are all here because we believe in education. As faculty, we love to interact with our students who are the future of Nevada, and we love to give them the best learning experience possible. In order for us to best do our jobs, we ask that you allow us to protect and negotiate our working conditions and our compensation so that we can focus on our students instead of worrying about our future and the future of the colleges and universities where we work. We are not here today to ask you for money or for you to take any elaborate actions on our behalf. All we want is the continued right to come together as faculty to negotiate with our respective institutions to reach agreements together. Without this right, we risk losing our highly educated and experienced faculty to private industry, and we risk not being able to recruit people to come here, as our cost of living is already an issue when trying to recruit new faculty. So basically, I'm asking you to protect Nevada's higher education by simply protecting faculty rights. We love what we do, and we want to be able to keep doing it. Thank you. Rochelle.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Rochelle Basson, for the record, serving as WNC NFA chapter president and member of our negotiating team. I am speaking on item 26, the Title IV, Chapter 4, proposed changes to collective bargaining regulations are unprecedented. The collective bargaining movement over 35 years ago that led to a breakthrough in bargaining chapter formation sailed on the waves of shared governance. NFA and Faculty Senate representatives were both invited to ad hoc committees to plan and propose the historic collective bargaining regulations in those good old days. By contrast, the proposed revisions in this meeting sprang from mysterious origins and without any faculty involvement until after the agenda release. Failing to include stakeholders in the planning phase risks overlooking harmful impacts to the collective bargaining process. NFA bargaining chapters and their institutions will spend dozens of hours at the table this year plus the ones last year, but only at the mercy of an unpredictable Nevada budget and legislature 2 years in the future. Now that COLAs are unreliable and salary schedules are non-existent, collective bargaining remains the only method for helping faculty see some reward for boosting student success, retention, and enrollment. As a two-time negotiating team member, bargaining always remained within the means and the budget of our institution. NFA is requesting that the board postpone these ambiguous revisions and consolidate any other revisions into one agenda item in the future. Please consider adding appropriate reps with bargaining experience in the revision process. Thank you. Ellen?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Helen Kidane, Kidane. I'm a graduate assistant at UNR and part of the supermajority of GAs who signed union authorization cards to form our union, Nevada Graduate Student Workers, UAW. GAs believe in a fair collective bargaining process for everyone who works at our institution. This includes our faculty, who, as professional staff, are subject to an unfair process under the current handbook. The Chancellor's proposed handbook changes in Agenda Item 26 would not make this process fair, and in many ways further prevents an equal bargaining relationship with professional staff. I ask that the board reject these revisions and call on the Chancellor to work with the faculty, namely the Nevada Faculty Alliance, to submit new and fair handbook revisions at your December meeting. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Pichat, P-W-C-H-A-T-T, and I'm also among the 1,500 graduate assistants who democratically chose to unionize last fall. The reasons that the changes proposed in Item 26 are inadequate for our colleagues who work as faculty and other professional staff are simple. They do not address the handbook's lack of protections against unfair labor practices. They provide no remedy for bargaining done in bad faith. They don't provide for independent arbitration of bargaining disputes and a fair path to move beyond impasse. These new changes provide a pathway for the board to nullify portions of an active contract at will, with no input from the workers who bargained for and ratified that agreement in the first place. I urge the board to vote no on the changes proposed in Item 26 and for the board to ask the Chancellor to try again, this time with input from faculty and other professional staff. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Russ James. I'm from the Nevada AFL-CIO. We're just here to fully 100% support the effort of the Alliance to get to a collective bargaining situation. It would just obviously be our opinion that both sides should come to the table and reach an equitable agreement. Happy for both sides. Better faculty, happy faculty will certainly be better faculty and help you maintaining faculty and getting faculty in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comment in Reno?
I believe that's it. Oh, wait, is there more? Okay, here comes more. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shay King. I'm a theater instructor at Truckee Meadows Community College. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed changes to collective bargaining regulations in Item 26. These changes would require legislative funding approval before faculty collective bargaining agreements can be ratified. By making contracts unenforceable without future legislative action, the Board of Regents is creating systems where good faith negotiations are meaningless. This will severely hamper our ability to recruit and retain quality educators in Nevada's higher education institutions. Collective bargaining isn't just about faculty working conditions, it's about student learning conditions. When faculty have a real voice in their contracts, they can ensure fair workloads, competitive compensation, and the stability needed to provide a high-quality education. Weakening these rights will hurt students and diminish the quality of our public universities and colleges. I urge you to reject these proposed changes and instead work to protect and strengthen the collective bargaining rights of all higher education faculty in Nevada.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Heather Reardon, and I'm a faculty member at Western Nevada College. I stand here deeply concerned about the proposed changes before you today related to item 26. These changes will not only undermine faculty and shared governance, they will also have devastating consequences for our students and institutions. If enacted, these revisions could require legislative approval for everyday academic needs. Our contracts are not just about wages, they are also about optimizing the teaching environments so students can succeed. That means manageable class sizes, support personnel in labs or rural offsites, and the professional development that keeps us current with evidence-based best practices. Many collective bargaining contracts include things that allow students to learn in environments that are safe, equitable, and effective. Faculty are a pillar of student success because we are the closest to the classroom. We see the barriers that students face every day and advocate tirelessly to remove these barriers. I urge you to reject these revisions and instead continue to work with faculty as partners in ensuring the strength and future of higher education in Nevada. When faculty are supported, students receive the high quality education they deserve. Thank you.
I believe that concludes public comment in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the Las Vegas system office?
Yes, there is. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Good morning, Regents. For the record, my name is Susie Martinez. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And on behalf of over 120 unions and councils and over 150,000 members, we stand here in solidarity. I am here to speak upon agenda item 26. And we are also here today because Nevada's higher education workers, they are under attack. Unlike other workers in the state who are protected by the NLRB or by the EMRB, our higher ed workers have their rights dictated by the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents. And while Nevada is a proud union state, while most elected officials would think twice before trying to undermine our union rights, these appointed board members think that they found a backdoor to weaken us. Let's be clear, what they're doing is nothing short of union busting. By trying to rewrite collective bargaining rules, NSHE is threatening not only the ability of educators to negotiate and enforce fair contracts, but also the very funding that provides professional development, classroom equipment, and even the basic supplies of students and that the staff that rely on every single day. This fight isn't just about contracts, it's about protecting the quality of higher education in our state of Nevada. It's about making sure our educators have the tools, the respect, and the voice that they deserve. And it's about making sure that our students don't pay the price when our union rights are stripped away. We have a message for NSHE. Nevada workers are united. Nevada workers are strong, and we will not stand by while they try to chip away at decades of hardworking process. To the members of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, know that we will stand with you in solidarity, and we are here for you every single step of the way. And I love our signs that we have here. Let's never forget, united we bargain, divided we beg. I stand in solidarity with you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Stacy Walters. I'm president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm here today to speak on agenda item 26. Faculty are rarely asked what we need to succeed in the classrooms and in our research. That's why bargaining is so important. Without it, our concerns are often remain invisible. But under the proposed changes to Title IV, Chapter 4, that space for negotiation would become meaningless. Section 10 requires each institutional president to submit a report certifying whether funds already exist for a contract provision. Let's imagine what those answers would look like. Section B, are the financial terms supported by funds already appropriated by the legislature? The answer will always be no. because appropriations happen only after contracts are ratified. Section C, how much funding will we need to be appropriated by the legislature? The answer will always be unknown, because presidents cannot make those requests directly. Section D, can the president certify that the agreement complies with Section 9? Again, the answer will always be no, because without guaranteed inclusion in NSHE's budget request, presidents cannot possibly certify compliance. This means that every president's report will return the same answers: no, no, and no. Not because the contracts are flawed, but because the process you're proposing makes them impossible to implement. The result is bureaucratic gridlock, not effective governance. Faculty will continue to negotiate in good faith, but their agreements will never move forward in this process. If we want responsible governance, all proposed changes to Title IV must be presented together at once with full stakeholder feedback. And most importantly, at the end of this process, there must be a guarantee that contract fiscal notes are included in NSHE's official budget request to the legislature. Without that guarantee, negotiated agreements cannot and will not be enacted. On behalf of Nevada's faculty, I urge you not to adopt these changes as is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chantal, S-H-A-N-T-A-L, Marshall, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L for the record. Some of you may remember me as the former vice president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. I had to resign a little early because I had a baby, and so I'm back. And now in the capacity as a faculty member at Nevada State University, where if you've been there recently, you may have noticed that we have a new traffic light that is between the exit from the freeway and the campus, and it is meant to ease the traffic flow into and out of campus. But it is causing a lot of chaos right now because, as you might also know, the devil is in the details. In this case, it's the lighting. It's the timing of the lights. And I would say that that is equivalent to the details that are in agenda item number 26. It is about the flow of a negotiation. And if it is adopted as it's stated right now, you would effectively be turning all of the lights red for up to 2 years. Everything would stagnate, nothing would move. And that is unfair to the faculty and, of course, unfair to the students. At Nevada State University, we have a very close and tight relationship with our students, and faculty morale is very, very important on our campus. And as you all know, over 90% of faculty voted to unionize in our first ever vote to have a collective bargaining unit. So I would also like to say that there is some indication that these are not the only edits to Title IV, Chapter 4, and that more might be coming soon. But that is sort of like trying to fix the traffic lights one direction at a time. That doesn't make any sense. You have to do it as a whole. So I would suggest that if you are not looking at all of the edits that will be made to Title IV, Chapter 4 today, that you at least move the vote to when they will all be together so that we can see how they interlock with each other. Otherwise, you will be creating chaos, not only for faculty, but for our students now and in the future, because our legislature only meets every 2 years. So what these details have effectively done is made it impossible to come to a ratified agreement. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hello, Regents. My name is Jim Matovina, M-A-T-O-V-I-N-A. I'm a math professor at CSN, and I'm also a member of the NFA. A couple years ago, I was fortunate enough to be on the CSN collective bargaining team, where we spent hours every Friday for the full year negotiating in good faith to come up with an agreement that benefited everybody involved. Now I see language being proposed in Title IV, Chapter 4, Section 9 that appears contradictory to me. There's one line in there that basically gives somebody the right to hide behind these changes and take a Sharpie and cross out any provision that they deem is more expensive than $2,000. And then immediately after that is a sentence that says, negotiating parties function in the spirit of mutual respect and cooperation toward the achievement of their common as well as individual objectives. Good faith negotiation requires an acceptance of what we come out with, because we spent hundreds and hundreds of hours, not only at the table, but researching this stuff and coming up with things that are fair for everybody. And now here comes a line that allows you to take a Sharpie to it just because somebody doesn't like it. They deem it too expensive and it wasn't approved by the legislature. Please reject this contradictory language. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Villa. I am a math professor at CSN. I'm a former Senate chair. A couple things I want to talk something good for a second here. Change the direction. A couple years ago, I spoke at when I was Senate chair, and I talked about CSN being the Titanic, and we're sinking. We have a lot of bad officers who are trying to sink our ship. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank the board, thank former Chancellor Charlton, former President Kibler for last year literally wiping away a handful of those people. And we are a much better place. We're not sinking. We're not moving really fast right now, but we're not sinking. And it's ready for President Klippenstein to move forward. So we're in a much better place. I thank you. On that note, I also appreciate yesterday the board, Chair Brooks, reaching out and listening to the constituents at GBC to hear their opinions about the new presidential hiring. And I hope that would still happen on agenda item 26, 29. Reach out to some people. Reach out to some of these people back here. Listen to us. I asked the board, some members, one of you at least, when this comes up, to ask, why is this here? What's the reason? And what problem are we trying to fix? Because I've seen a lot of times in these meetings, we just are trying to fix things that are not problems. And we're causing more problems that people can't anticipate. So ask somebody, please ask, what is the problem? Why are we trying to fix something? Because as you've heard from many of my colleagues, it's working pretty good. We don't always get what we want, but negotiating does work well. So what are we trying to fix? Other than that, thank you so much. Go Pack, go Rebs, and hopefully the Pack will win the game tomorrow and get us another victory for Nevada. Thank you all.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kinsey Wright, KINSEYWRIGHT for the record. I'm an assistant professor of special education at Nevada State University, a member of the NFA, and also a constituent in Regent Carvalho's district. I'm the proud daughter and granddaughter of labor union members as well. I'm joining you this morning to talk about your proposed changes to Title IV, Chapter 4. Recently, in the School of Education at Nevada State, we lost a tenured full professor to the Clark County School District. She left Nevada State University to be a middle school teacher. Among this colleague's reasons were CCSD's robust and fair collective bargaining processes. One other colleague submitted an application to CCSD only to ultimately decide to withdraw it, and I also had an application filled out but decided not to click submit. Worth noting, the most conservative estimate of where I'd be placed on the CCSD teacher pay scale is around $27,000 more than my base salary at Nevada State. It's not all about money, but I'd be lying if this amount didn't give me pause. Right now, the proposed changes are incomplete at best. You're attempting to piecemeal policy in a way that is impossible to predict what the effects will be. These piecemeal changes create instability and prevent each of you from exercising responsible governance. As my grandma would say, y'all are putting the cart before the horse. Simply put, any and all changes to Title IV should be presented in their complete form with transparency for full review. I might even suggest that the Regents take some time to sit down with NFA leadership and work on these changes collaboratively. I'm asking you today to reject these revisions until proposed changes are fully developed and can be discussed openly and transparently. Labor unions have always been about safer workplaces, fair compensation, and reasonable working hours. And that's what it's about at Nevada State and in other NSHE institutions as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is David Cooper, D-A-V-I-D-C-O-O-P-E-R. I am an associate professor of chemistry at Nevada State University, and I'm here today to speak several items on today's agenda. The first item concerns the vacancy at the presidency at NSU. I would like to thank Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Chancellor McNair, and Chief of Staff Nicola Jewski for coming to our campus recently and really listening to what faculty and students had to say in terms of our wishes on how to fill this position. I believe that we had very productive conversations and trust the board will listen to the broad consensus on campus when we asked for an internal candidate to serve as an acting president while a national search for an accredited academic search firm commences. The second item I would like to speak to is the changes in the handbook regarding collective bargaining regulations. I stand in solidarity with my fellow faculty members when I say that I think it would be a mistake to implement the changes as proposed. The ability for any contract to be established on the presence of a fiscal note is prohibitively restrictive and only leads to contract negotiations being in limbo for years at a time until the legislative session can commence. While this section does need an update, I do think that it would be better to have these changes come from the faculty or at least be heavily vetted by them through the faculty senates or the NFA before being brought to the board for action. This was a case last year when I was a faculty senate chair, and as such, it is a bit concerning to see that these changes didn't go through that same process. Finally, I would like to speak to item number 29, the review of tenure process. Tenure exists to ensure that our students are taught by experts in their field and that the information being presented is not swayed by the political winds of the current time. The existing process already involves annual reviews of all faculty, tenure faculty included, and if there are those of us who are slacking in our duty, I would expect it to be reflected in those evaluations and would be handled accordingly as per Chapter 6 of the NSHE Code. Weakening those protections can lead to events like we have seen in other areas of the countries where politicians and pundits are actively pushing for tenured faculty to be fired for lecturing facts in their discipline. The laws of nature and the facts of science as determined by God care very little for the laws of man, and trying to do so is trying to legislate that pi equals exactly 3. It doesn't make it true, it just makes you look foolish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G-U-N-G-R, speaking today as a past chair of chairs of the Faculty Senates of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Agenda item number 26 is an ill-considered effort to dismantle Title 4, Chapter 4, that enables collective bargaining for our community colleges and Nevada State University. The proposal is a cart before horse fiscal note maneuver to require agreements be pre-funded by the legislature, with which the legislature has never done nor would ever likely do. The effect would be to eliminate collective bargaining from the NSHE system. A policy for more than 30 years, collective bargaining has improved faculty hiring, retention, student outcomes, and the overall well-being of our institutions. I ask the Regents to vote no to this action item today. I'm also disappointed to see such a poorly written, ill-defined agenda item as number 29, even as, quote, information. This item proposes that, quote, staff should analyze and report on already extant faculty evaluation processes for post-tenure review without specifying who that staff would be, nor if possessing any qualifications or experience in education. The language suggests analysis with, quote, emphasis on professional conduct, unquote, without defining what that means. It could mean anything. And, quote, respectful interaction with students in the community, without suggesting how to define these subjective terms. We already have rules and disciplinary procedures, and they are enforced. The language is, frankly, insulting to faculty for what it implies, especially those of us who have devoted our careers to helping build effective, student-centered institutions for higher learning with proven outcomes that help our students to succeed. I ask the Regents to table this information item until it can be revised more effectively and more respectfully through faculty governance participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellors, and Regents. For the record, my name is Lahana Pierce, and as I say every single time with my public comment, including yesterday, I am the proud student body president at Nevada State University, also serve as the Vice Chair of Nevada Student Alliance. And I want to begin first by thanking the Chair, Vice Chair, and Chancellor McNair for coming to Nevada State University to listen and hear from our community about what we want during our important transition. I'm here to comment on agenda item 25 regarding the vacancy in the office of the president at Nevada State. As a student leader, I want to emphasize the importance of continuity and stability for our campus during the transition. While a national search conducted by an academic search firm is essential to finding the best long-term candidate, I support appointing an acting president while the national search is underway. In the meantime, the acting leader should embody transparency, clear communication, and the drive to keep our institution moving forward, qualities that will ensure a smooth transition until a permanent president is selected who could carry on these expectations into the future. For my own experience in student government since my freshman year, I want to share my full confidence in Dr. Amber Lopez-Lassiter as a candidate for this role. Her ability to connect with students, faculty, staff, and the community is outstanding in many different ways. Also reminds me of Dr. Pollard, who was a great president for us, and I believe she has the leadership qualities to provide the stability and vision our institution needs during this time. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to the success of Nevada State University and its students. Thank you.
Hello, Chair and Board of Regents. My name is Jose Castillo, and I am a Nevada State University student entering my third year and currently serving as a Vice President of the student body. Although they are for information, I am here to first speak on business items number 10 and 11 to state my strong opposition towards the progression of more fees added to our students at NSU and NSHE as a whole. It is important for us to remember the reasons and goals for our students to pursue a degree in the state of Nevada, and placing additional fees once again places barriers added on by people who are not in their position. As a student, the thought of going to university is already a hard conversation to have when transitioning out of high school. Now, if the progression of added fees does continue, students who question going to university will now also have to predict if they can afford it each year they progress in their degree. Predicting increases and using the accessible and affordable tuition at NSU as a benchmark goes against the values and mission of NSU, and it also places a question on why must it always be the students who have to pay when universities are in need. I urge the Board of Regents and any staff member who is working on this progression to preserve affordability at our NSHE institutions and to learn and remember the importance of why our students want to pursue and finish a degree. I am also here to speak on agenda item number 25 regarding the vacancy of the president at NSU. I am in support of having an acting president at NSU to keep the university running at a smooth and steady pace while there is a national search for the new president. I would like to personally nominate our current officer in charge, Dr. Amber Lopez-Lassiter, to take on this role as her qualifications and experience truly places her in a position to continue pushing the university forward and having communication with our students. Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, Chancellors, and Regents. My name is Stephanie Flores, and I am the Attorney General for the Nevada State Student Alliance at Nevada State University. On agenda items 25, regarding the vacancy in the office of the president, I believe stability and strong leadership are crucial during this transition. While a national search is necessary for the long term, appointing an acting president in the meantime is equally important to ensure continuity and confidence across our campus community. Students, faculty, and staff need a leader who is transparent, approachable, and committed to keeping students at the center of every conversation and decision. From my experience as a student leader, I have seen how Dr. Amber Lopez-Lassiter embodies these qualities through her consistent support of student voices and her dedication to fostering an inclusive and collaborative environment. She has already demonstrated the ability to listen, communicate openly, and prioritize student success, which are all essential during a time of change. I strongly believe she is well prepared to guide our campus through this moment and provide the steady leadership we need as we move forward. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to Nevada State University and its students. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents and colleagues. My name is Andrew Lavengood, Lavengood. To the surprise of no one, I'm here to discuss agenda item 26. I'm the State Vice President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance and an instructor of mathematics and statistics at CSN. I'm here today to offer public comment on behalf of over 200 faculty and staff who have signed a petition to protect faculty bargaining rights, as outlined in Title IV, Chapter 4 of the Board of Regents Handbook. While the motivation behind the proposed changes to Title IV, Chapter 4 is unclear, one likely goal is fiscal responsibility, something I believe we all support. However, I cannot support the current language as it raises serious concerns about how fiscal oversight would be implemented. First, there's no mechanism ensuring NSHE actually requests legislative appropriations for agreed upon contract items. In a worst-case scenario, NSHE could even lobby against those agreements. We need safeguards to prevent that from happening. Second, the proposal creates a bureaucratic loop. The contract must be ratified by the regents, who need the president to confirm existing funding, but the legislature won't appropriate funds unless they're requested from a ratified contract, and that request might never happen if the president hasn't certified the funding. It's a circular process with no clear exit. If that sounded strange or confusing to you, we actually made an infographic for it because I was just as confused when I was hearing about this. These are just two of several issues. We respectfully urge you to reject the current changes, allow time for a full and transparent revision process, and ensure all updates are fully vetted and accountable. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ted Johnson, spelled Johnsson. I'm a graduate assistant at UNLV and one of over 1,500 GAs who decided to form our union. I'm here in solidarity with faculty and other professional staff who want a fair collective bargaining framework. A fair framework invites collaboration. It would allow workers and the system to solve problems together and ultimately make NSHE a better place. Graduate assistants want to collaborate with you as well. As you know, cuts to federal research funding have resulted in millions of dollars lost by our campuses. GAs and other researchers are well prepared to demonstrate how these cuts harm our state. And I know that GAs can send a powerful message to our representatives in Congress. However, if the NSHE system and its researchers present a united front, our message to Congress will be hard to ignore. GAs at UNLV are collaborating with our administration to host our congressional representatives at a town hall and show them what these cuts will cost to Nevada. I invite you to join us and support us as we make the case that our campuses deserve more funding to do the research that powers our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd please get us the date for that open hall with the Congress people. Please do get us the date for that, okay? Thank you. That is all public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. Before moving to public comment here at GBC, I just want to, I certainly appreciate the amount of time that people dedicate to the agendas and, you know, the opinions that they want to provide. So folks who are coming before us for public comment, I really do appreciate that. These folks are getting up early, they're changing their schedule around, and they're coming to provide comment to us. What I want to change here is that after hearing public comment in GBC, I'm going to move agenda item 26 to immediately follow public comment. I think it's really important that those who are offering comment be able to hear the discussion that we're going to have, and I'm hoping that those who have provided us with public comment are going to be able to extend the time that they'll be staying with us so that they can hear the dialogue and hopefully any confusion of this agenda item will be cleared up during the conversation of the agenda itself. So what I'd like to do now is move to public comment at GBC.
Good morning, Board of Regents, Chancellor, Presidents, and all else in attendance. For the record, my name is El-Hashmi Bouali, spelled E-L-H-A-C-H-E-M-I, B-O-U-A-L-I. I'm an Associate Professor of Geosciences and the Academic Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State University. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my colleagues at Nevada State when I extend a wholehearted thank you to Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Chancellor McNair, and Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski for the series of thoughtful, open, and considerate conversations you all had with students, classified employees, administrative faculty, academic faculty, and campus stakeholders on September 3rd regarding the vacancy of the president at Nevada State. We all truly felt heard and respected during those conversations. I also want to thank Chancellor McNair for his letter of recommendation to the board issued on September 10th, in which he recommended the board appoint an acting president to lead Nevada State while we conduct a national search. I want to take this moment to reiterate the 4 asks from campus constituents that were also listed in the letter we emailed to the board on September 11th. We asked the board appoints 1, an internal candidate from Nevada State, and you've heard Dr. Lopez Lassiter's name come up multiple times by our NSSA colleagues. As 2, acting president, while 3, the board conducts a national search, using 4, a firm with a track record of leading higher education presidential searches. We believe these 4 asks best set up Nevada State to continue a trajectory of growth and excellence with a smooth transition through this time of change over the next 12 months. Thank you again for the seamless process thus far, and thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Regents, Chancellor, and all present. My name is Ginger Doe. That's Jingerdoe. I am the TMCC Faculty Senate Chair, and I'm speaking regarding Agenda Item 26, the proposed changes to Chapter 4, Title 4. Chapter 4. Faculty at TMCC are concerned about the ramifications of these changes, not just at TMCC, but to all NSHE institutions. There is concern as to if these changes will impact current contract negotiations, which are occurring. The timing of these proposed changes and vote did not allow for significant constituent feedback or collaboration. The briefing paper states that further changes to Chapter 4 are planned, and we are in agreement that updates are needed. We hope to have a collaborative approach as you move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Pete Martini. I'm an associate professor of psychology and president of Nevada State's NFA chapter. This morning, I want to speak on item 26, proposed changes to the collective bargaining regulations. First, I want to thank Chancellor McNair and Chief General Counsel Martinez for their engagement with faculty on this issue over the past week. That engagement was deeply appreciated. As you've already heard from many faculty, there are significant concerns with the proposed revisions, largely because of vague language. There have been assurances made from the Chancellor and the Chief General Counsel that the intention was never to obtain appropriations prior to negotiation, but that is simply not how the proposed edits read. To illustrate, I sent the draft of these changes to 2 separate labor attorneys and asked them a simple question. If an appropriation is required, who secures it, and when in the process must it be secured? Both attorneys gave me very different answers, and their answers were different than the answers that we received from Chief General Counsel Martinez. If even the lawyers cannot agree on how these revisions work, the language is simply not clear enough. As I said to Chair Brooks outside before the meeting started, the intention is immaterial. What matters is the language in the handbook. When this lack of clarity is paired with a briefing note that suggests that more changes are on the way, the result of the 2 combined is an erosion of trust between faculty and the system. This morning, you have heard almost 40 minutes of public comment that is paired with over 40 pages of written comment from faculty, NFA, and shared governance leaders. We are all asking for the same thing. Please postpone these changes so they can be clarified and so that proper stakeholder feedback can be incorporated into Title IV, Chapter 4. Thank you.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 7358, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, Board of Regents. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Luisa Bautista. That's Luisa Bautista. I currently serve as the Chair of Public Relations for Nevada State University, as well as a member of the Task Force for Power-Based Violence for NSHE. I'm calling in to speak about agenda items 10, 11, and 25. Concerning items 10 and 11, as someone with a twin sister, my family pays double the cost of college expenses. That's why even an 11 to 12 seat increase would have a significant impact, not just on us, but on many other families who are working hard to start or finish their higher education. One of the things I love most about Nevada State University is the diversity of students in my classes. From retired veterans to high school students, everyone attends because they're dedicated to building a better future. Thanks to the affordability of NSU, they've been able to do that, and I hope it stays that way. As you consider items 10 and 11, I hope you keep in mind the students, parents, and even grandparents who are learning in our classrooms. As for agenda item number 25, I support appointing an acting candidate while a national search is conducted by an academic search firm. The candidate I recommend is Dr. Amber Lopez Lassiter, our Chief of Staff and Strategy. She has served in this role at Nevada State for nearly 8 years, and I'm confident that she will provide the continuity needed to support the important work happening across our institution as we continue this academic year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That's all the callers we have at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So at this time, what I'd like to do is go right into agenda item number 26. And I'd like Carrie Parker from our system office, council office, to kick things off for us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Brooks, I believe there may be a disclosure and possible abstention before we begin this item.
Regent Downs?
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A 420, I hereby disclose that I am an employee of WNC, former member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, and subject to the collective bargaining agreement and policies. Through consultation with special counsel, I have been advised that because of independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be materially affected by my situation, I unfortunately will not vote and I will abstain on this matter.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Carrie?
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker, for the record. I'd like to just go into an overview addressing some of the things that we have heard in public comment and then go through each section in numerical order. Much of these new provisions clarify and reinforce existing requirements that are already in the handbook. These proposed revisions do not stop collective bargaining. They do not delay ratification until the legislative session. We did provide copies of these suggested revisions in early August, as board materials were due in August, and we invited feedback. We chose the provisions before you as we thought that these would be the most benign provisions to address, and I know that members of the public comment do not believe that is true, but I'm hoping that I can explain to you why we chose these sections to begin. So starting with collective bargaining in general, as you know, Title IV, Chapter 4 of the handbook sets forth the parameters that the board has set for collective bargaining. Neither federal law nor state law require collective bargaining, and the board has provided for collective bargaining. 5, 6, and 7, those sections that you see in your briefing paper, address the application process and the election process. These are being brought forward to you from issues that we noticed from the NSU election, which occurred recently. They address the application process, including the presidents in this process, and they expand the timeline for the election time and when the ballots are sent out. They also correct a typo that we found in the ballot language. Section 9 is the requirement that provisions of the CBA that require expenditure of funds is not effective until funds are appropriated and made available by the legislature. As you can see in your briefing materials, the language that isn't stricken out or italicized and bolded, this requirement already exists. This has existed since 1990. This is a typical non-appropriation clause requirement. You'll see this in most, if not all, CBA requirements for collective bargaining with a governmental entity. This already exists in NRS Chapter 288 for the classified employees of the state.
This does not interrupt bargaining. As you'll see with the classified staff, they will negotiate a collective bargaining agreement. If it gets approved by the Board of Examiners, then the legislature has an opportunity to decide whether to fully appropriate everything that's needed for the CBA, or they may provide less, which is what happened during the last legislative session when there was a collective bargaining agreement providing for a larger COLA than the legislature provided. This is standard. The proposed language in the handbook affirms this current requirement and ensures compliance. It is actually less restrictive in the reference to the fiscal note requirements because it allows for that discretion to negotiate items less than whatever the legislature sets for the fiscal note without having to have the non-appropriation clause. This provides more discretion to the presidents and confirms an existing requirement. Section 10, so after the parties have negotiated a collective bargaining agreement, then the presidents present it to this board for ratification. This section is about what would the board like to see when that comes forward. We understand that the board has expressed, or certain members have expressed, a desire for more transparency in the ratification process. So you'll see in the proposed language what the board would like to see in the presidential briefing for the ratification process. It involves the fiscal requirements. It also involves pointing out where the CBA may be different from current Title IV, Chapter 4, so that it is clear, not only to the board and the parties, but also the public, what are we modifying? How is the CBA different from the current personnel requirements? Title IV, Chapter 4 tends to deal with, for example, leave policy, so annual leave or sick leave. If the CBA were to provide more leave or different parameters for leave, then you would see that called out in the report that comes to you for ratification. This also confirms that the collective bargaining agreements cannot modify or amend the NSHE code. As you know, the code is Title II of the handbook, and there's a set process for how you modify the code. You have a couple of provisions today for modification of the code, and that requires the 30-day notice to the faculty senates. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll start with questions in the system office in Las Vegas, if there's any regents that have questions.
Yes, we do. Go ahead. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. I've got a simple question, and that's one that Patrick asked, Patrick Villa. Why is this being done?
Yes, Deputy General Counsel.
Very simple. I'm kind of confused, I really am, so just a wee bit of help, someone.
Yes, Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker for the record.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Related to sections 5, 6, and 7, those came forward because we just recently had an election at NSU and notified that realized that the timelines were a little difficult as far as to getting the election done, getting the ballots mailed out. And upon looking at the sections, we also realized the confusion in the ballot language related to when there's 2 or more unions seeking to be elected. So we proposed fixing 5, 6, and 7. And related to 9 and 10, we understood that there was a desire for more transparency in the ratification process. Advocates and members of the public have been asking for Title IV, Chapter 4 to be updated for many years, including during this last session. And we just thought that these sections would be the good ones to start with, and that we will continue the process along with the faculty senates and the stakeholders to look at the next set of sections.
Thank you, ma'am. Just another question, Chair, please. Have patience here. Okay, so from what I'm gathering, are we giving up some of our authority to the legislature by this, or how? I'm not a wee bit confused, but very confused about what's going on in this whole thing. Hearing from the faculty, or I can say, hey, what's their problem? You know, if it sounds so good, then why are they making their feelings known to us? So help me with that. Are we giving up some of our authority that we were elected for, that we're responsible for?
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker, for the record.
Sure.
The legislature has always had the appropriation power, and this Section 9 has always said that the provisions of the CBA that require funds to be appropriated are not effective until they're appropriated. That's standard. So I would answer your question to say, no, we're not giving up any power to the legislature. They already have the power to appropriate money to NSHE.
Ah, that's right.
It looks like Jimmy may want to add to my statements as well.
Yeah, that's, let's go for it, Jimmy.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record. This is also part of an effort to be more consistent and transparent in the process. One of the things that is complicated for the board is when these collective bargaining agreements move forward for ratification to the board, you are at that point expected to read an entire collective bargaining agreement, understand it to the level as NFA and the members of the institution who drafted it. There have been issues in the past where the board has ratified a collective bargaining agreement and then after the fact realized that you didn't quite understand what was in it. So that's part of what we're doing here. The appropriation section, as Carrie mentioned, it's already part of the existing policy. Now, whether or not that's something that we'll look at in a future amendment is not something we would tackle at this time because we didn't have time to get faculty feedback and go through a robust process. So we left that for the most part the same, but it did seem overkill when we looked at it and the current language says basically any expenditure of money, any provision that requires the expenditure of funds has to be appropriated before it's effective. And we said, well, wait a minute, let's pump the brakes. Do we really want to bring this forward every time there's an expenditure of money when the legislature is telling us we don't even need to do a fiscal note for an existing bill unless it reaches a certain threshold? So that's why we incorporated that language to say, let's give the president's authority to spend a certain amount without looking for appropriation until it gets to the point where at least the legislature would want a fiscal note on an existing bill. So that's kind of the problem that we're trying to fix is one where we're getting the board enough documentation and information so you can make more informed decisions. Number two would be creating more consistency across the institutions because the less the board knows when it's ratifying these, the more inconsistency that can exist in the individual agreements. And, you know, finally, we're just kind of trying to reinforce things like if you're going to have provisions that are inconsistent with current Title IV language, that's okay, but you have to let the board know in this report what those are so it can make an informed decision. If you have things in the agreement that violate code, which cannot be amended with one reading in front of the board and no further process, the board needs to understand and have a certification from the president that that is not happening in this agreement because that's a different process. So that's kind of the problems we're trying to solve, and that's why we brought these forward at this time. September meeting is always hard. It's a meeting in which our agenda deadlines require us to have everything in before faculty are back on campus during summer. But there's also ongoing collective bargaining negotiations on campuses today or that are about to start up. So we would like to get some of these clarifications and the information for the regents and get some of this administrative stuff clarified before we move forward any further. And then in the next set of regulations, then we'll have a much more robust process.
Okay, it worked. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair. I'll let some other regents ask questions because I'm still confused. But let's I have others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So staying with the system office in Las Vegas, are there any other questions by Regents? Regent Breger?
Thank you. Susan Breger for the record. Well, I'm hearing, actually consistent things from NFA, faculty members, staff. And so are we clear enough on Title IV, Chapter 4, Section 9 to literally take a vote and continue on with the process? That seems like there's so much discomfort. And so that would be my question is, and when they asked before, what is the problem? So asking what is the problem, and I did listen to legal just now. I did collective bargaining when I was a CCSD trustee, and we had 5 different units. It usually went mostly well. You don't like to get to arbitration because there's just one loser, and that doesn't work well. So you're better off getting those negotiations, completed before that. Does that put us in that position with what we're doing if we got to that point with how it seems to be that, I don't want to call it confusion, the unclarity of Title IV, Chapter 4, Section 9, from what I'm hearing?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. If we look specifically at Section 9, the parts that are being added is the wording, when it talks about the expenditure of funds in a collective bargaining agreement, the wording that's being added is in an amount that would require a fiscal note pursuant to NRS 281D. That increases the thresholds. That gives more discretion to the campuses, not less. So I don't think that's the issue. The other part is that such provision is expressly conditioned upon appropriation in the agreement. That's already required, but it's not. So this language is clearer, but it's not saying something different than the current language. It's just trying to be clear in the sense that if you have these provisions in your agreement, they have to be conditioned upon this. The final one is any provision of a collective bargaining agreement that violates this section is void and unenforceable. Again, we felt like that was clarifying what it means to require the appropriation before a provision can be effective. I don't see any of this doing anything different than what's already in the language.
The only other item that I'll address is when we hear that faculty's not back, but we have a September meeting, can we look at that to where that would be a little bit better and equitable so that we're not, I don't think we're not attempting to exclude, but it does make it difficult when people are not on campus. So maybe something to consider and we move that September date. I don't know if that's possible or not, but just a consideration.
Are there any other questions in Las Vegas?
Chair Brooks, this is Amy Carvalho. I wanted to ask Faculty Senate what their position is on this, if that's possible.
Yeah, Chair Brooks, that'd be at your discretion whether you want to allow for such testimony.
Regent Carvalho, is there somebody very specific that you'd like to pose a question to?
Perhaps the chair of chairs.
That's a perfect answer, Regent Carvalho.
The
Yeah.
Faculty Senate, maybe specifically from those institutions that have collective bargaining in their institutions right now. I think it's important to have this dialogue from those constituents who are actively involved in this.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. I agree with you. I think the chair of chairs is a great choice.
Thank you for that vote of confidence. Appreciate it. Ginger Doe for the record, JINGERDOE. I am the Faculty Senate Chair from Truckee Meadows Community College and the current Chair of Chairs. And currently, Truckee Meadows Community College is in the beginning stages of their collective bargaining. And there is definitely some confusion and concern as to these changes, and particularly related to, will these have an effect on our current bargaining and our contract negotiations, as well as with regards to the timing? Because when these were sent out, there wasn't a lot of time to gather constituent feedback regarding these. And in the future, we would certainly hope to have a more collaborative approach. There is general consensus amongst faculty that Title IV, Chapter 4 does need revisions associated with it. We just hope to have a collaborative effect or collaborative work in the future. I hope that answers your question, Regent Carvalho.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. I will also say that I'm not exactly comfortable with the section regarding moving the I think it's ratification to the president. I feel like this should be something that comes to the board, but I would be happy to hear what other members of the board think as well on that. But that I understand the reason that we're not experts in this area, but we are the governing body, and so that does give me pause.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Just to clarify that point, the current provisions are not moving ratification of the agreements to the presidents. But if you would like, maybe Carrie can just go over that section, because that's for the for a new bargaining unit forming. So if there's some confusion there, Carrie can go back through it very quickly and clarify.
Regent Carvalho, would you like me to clarify?
That's okay, unless others have a concern as well. I can learn more about that offline. Thank you. But I will say also that this, I've been struck by the lack of, I don't know how to put this, the lack of being on the same page between NFA and others within our faculty members. I would hope that we would hear from Faculty Senate on the same page with NFA, and that's difficult for us. I think that sometimes it's easy to just allow the board to make a decision, but I hope that our faculty senates and our faculty members can work collaboratively with the NFA on moving forward, especially with things like, Chapter 4 revisions. I think that to Patrick's point as well earlier, why did this come forward now? Because of everything that was happening during the legislative session, the fact that the collective bargaining bill did not pass. I'll say in all transparency that when Chancellor McNair came on board, I said, this is an area that we need to work on now. Since it didn't pass, we need to build trust with our faculty. We need to move forward with coming together to work this out. And I think that this is an important area for the Chancellor and for the board to work together to build trust and unity with faculty. Unfortunately, what we hear today is there is still a lot of work to be done on that. So I appreciate all the faculty members who have come out today, but I will say that at the very small part maybe that I played in that, I want you to know that it was because I think it's very important for us to get these revisions started and done eventually. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. This is Chair Brooks, just for the record. Regent Carvalho, based on some of the questions that you posed, I do think it'd be appropriate for Carrie to clarify some things for other members of the board who may have had the same questions that you did.
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker. The presidents have been given more of a role by these proposed provisions in sections 5, 6, and 7, and that relates to the application process. So this is when an employee organization seeks to be put on a ballot, to have an election, to see if the faculty professional employees would like to have collective bargaining. One of the requirements is that they have 30% support from 30% of the faculty who are eligible in that bargaining unit. And it used to say that the chancellor would verify that. And the proposal is that the presidents would verify that because they would be well positioned to know whether the union has received the 30% support. That's usually done through signature cards. So that is where the presidents come in. And then also, once they have verified that requirement has been met and the employee organization has provided all the required documentation, then the presidents would start the process for the election to occur, which is run by the American Arbitration Association. That used to be a decision that, or currently is a decision that comes to the board. And as you may remember from the March meeting, there was no discretion built into the policy. It just said shall provide. And there was discussion during that March board meeting that didn't seem to make sense. So in this proposal, the presidents would verify that the requirements had been met and then get the wheels turning for the election by the AAA. The ratification process is still a board decision.
Thank you, Carrie. Are there,
Chair, this is Jimmy Martinez for the record. If I could just clarify one thing. What Carrie was talking about in the item that came forward to the board during the NSU ratification or certification process, not ratification. At that time, I explained to the board that I was bringing this forward, but the board really didn't have authority or discretion to vote no. And that's what seemed kind of an anomaly on it. And that's why we were bringing it forward to take that back from the board so you weren't put in a position where we're bringing something to you for a vote and then having to tell you you can't vote no.
Thank you.
As a follow-up question to that, so does then, this just is a notification to the president then that this is commencing? The president can't make a decision to not let that go forward then, correct?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, correct. If they meet the qualification requirements for going through the process and then going through the election through the American Arbitration Association, then it's the formality of having a board vote to kind of ceremonially bless it is taken off the table.
While I agree with that it becomes a awkward, like you said, almost a ceremonial acceptance by the board of it, I think it is also important that the board is made aware that this is occurring. So I don't know if there is some sort of provision that the president must notify the board that this is commencing. I don't know if that's possible. And I would imagine that I think I can say I think I have good relationships with faculty members who would let me know that, but I don't know if there's an official mechanism for doing that, or allowing the board to be notified with these revisions.
Jimmy Martinez for the record, if there is not, we would make sure that happened, but that would be kind of an internal administrative point. But we can bring, in our next revisions, we can bring something like that forward to ensure it's in the handbook.
Thank you. I'd like to just continue to move the conversation along with a couple of other questions from Regents here in the north. Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, and I'll do my best to throw some real dirt in this. Anyway, I think I want to drop back to real basics, okay? State law allows you to organize, and we all agree that is the law, both state and federal law. They can organize, and we don't want to confuse that. There is a difference between allowing them to organize, and again, that is when it makes sense. If you're going to organize, you're going to hold an election. The members will vote that they truly want to move into a collective bargaining agreement. Where else are you going to do that but at a presidential level? In my mind, you don't want to bring every one of those to the board. We can't hold a board meeting every time somebody wants to bring that forward. Then you move ahead, so you're organized and the ballot passes. Okay, the next step is the collective bargaining unit. You form a unit. But then you run into, and my colleague down south, Regent Borland, again, we run into state law. State law says, you know, if there's a fiscal note, okay, it's got to be submitted. And then we get a little grayer, even in the legislature. You know, it says a fiscal note, but they'll waive it to 50,000. You don't need one if it's 50,000. But that's not in the law. That's an arbitrary number. I think the president from UNR, having vast experience of that, we kind of floated along. 50,000 requires a fiscal note. The law says anything that impacts it requires a fiscal note. And that's a sticky part of it with NRS. Clearly, you can't negotiate an agreement if there isn't a fiscal impact unless you got the appropriation. So I'm struggling with this, and the language, it's following the law. If we want to change this, then folks, you don't like it, and I know there are a lot of faculty members that are really nervous about what this says and what it's doing, but you're going to have to go to the legislature and change the law, because it says if there's a fiscal impact, you have to have the appropriation. And I'll defer to legal counsel. I hope I'm reading it right, or that's, again, this is a layman's interpretation with a few years I spent, the experience I've had with this, but it is, if we want to change it, you're going to have to change the law. The way I'm looking at this, and yeah, it probably needs some more tuning and tweaking, but it's following the law at this point, I think. So with that, that's my opinion, and that ought to raise some conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Regent Goicoechea. Any more questions? No? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and thank you for that interpretation, colleague Goicoechea. I spent a career with a union too on the management side for 21 years, and I found this whole thing so confusing. I pointed out to the chancellor that in existing code, there was a sentence that was 109 words. I counted it twice. I mean, I could not follow the sentence. So it's really hard to vote for something you don't understand. I haven't understood why we're even doing this. I guess if different people have said we've needed to update, okay, fine. I think we need to update, we need to update. I have not appreciated the process. I thought that we believed in shared governance, and we haven't gotten the stakeholders together and talked about any of this. And when Patrick Vila came up and said they spent every Friday for a whole academic year working out their, their agreement at CSN, I thought to myself, why aren't we doing this? I mean, why aren't we bringing the stakeholders together and sitting down? And then I was thinking, most of us don't have a labor background, and I've been out of that industry for a long, long time, but it's almost like the Regents need a 101 on all of this. This is really confusing. I can't support something I really don't understand, and I just think I would have rather seen what we're going to do come all at once and not be piecemealed and have it point by point by point, even if it's just down the road a special meeting just for this topic, because it is so involved and complex. So I can't support this in its present form. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Arascata? Oh, I'm sorry, Regent Brown?
Thank you so much, Regent Brown, for the record. So we heard different constituencies talk about the need for edits to section 9 and 10. That was, I think, repeated a couple times. And to kind of piggyback off of what my colleague is saying right to my left here, I feel like we have done this several times where we've made piecemeal changes and then had to go back and redo the changes. And then when I first got on the Board of Regents and read our handbook, it was a disaster. Like, things contradicted each other, things weren't consistent because we just focused on certain sections. And I do agree that this is complicated, and if we don't understand it to its fullest, it's hard to make a decision. But I also feel like there needs to be a more holistic approach to, if we are going to make changes, what are the ripple effects in other sections, and then what will we want to change in those sections, and then will we have to go back and re-edit these sections? I'm almost uncomfortable with kind of taking this piecemealed approach because I don't really understand and I appreciate my colleague who spent his, a good portion of his tenure at the legislature getting that feedback and understanding, but I do feel like there needed to be a little bit more roundtables, meetings, layered approaches to this. What does this holistically look like when we make little changes that lead to big changes? What are these changes? What are the end goals? I don't feel comfortable, and I don't feel like we're all on the same page. And when I say all of us, I mean all of the constituency bodies. And this does affect folks that have showed up in all three of our locations to kind of voice their opinion. So for me, I'm having a hard time with this, just given that I know this is going to lead to more changes, and what will that lead? And I just don't. I would rather take a holistic approach personally. Thank you.
Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Gokachia, for the record. And I guess that brings the comments from my colleague to my left, what is the force of the handbook exactly, the Regent's handbook? I mean, it's not statutory. What authority does it have, or where does it fit in the hierarchy? I think if we aren't very careful, we could really get sued. How's that? So I'll defer to counsel.
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker for the record. Title 4, Chapter 4 are the collective bargaining regulations that the NSHE board has created. Title 2 is the code, the NSHE code. This is our personnel code. The Nevada Supreme Court has determined that the code has the force and effect of statute. So the code has more strength than the handbook. And that's why the collective bargaining agreements can make changes that would conflict with the Title 4, Chapter 4, because it's the handbook, versus the code, which has the effect of statute.
And Jimmy Martinez, for the record, just to add to that, the collective bargaining regulations are set forth in Title 4, and they are not mandated. And Carrie talked a little bit about this before, that neither state law nor federal law mandate the collective bargaining in our organization. So when we're moving forward with the Title 4 changes, the reason why we're doing so in a piecemeal basis is, one, because these specific changes we're making we saw as more administrative than really affecting the bargaining process. And we felt it was necessary to get these regulations in place sooner rather than later, so that the reporting could be made to the Board of Regents when an agreement is made to come forward. Because the longer it takes to get something like this in place, you got to remember the institutions are negotiating now. And if they know what reporting mechanisms they need to bring forward, they can start working on that during negotiations. If it happens later, further down the road, it may delay the ratification process, because then they have to go backwards and start going through and retracking. So that's just kind of a brief explanation of why we're bringing this forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I can definitely see the rationale for wanting to clean it up, because I do think there is some exposure here, because again, they have the right to organize, and by organizing, in the end, they have the right to bargain.
Deputy General Counsel Carrie Parker for the record. I just like to clarify between organizing and bargaining. So organizing is the right to have representation. The union is involved in disciplinary matters, those kinds of things. That is not impacted by this. It's the right to bargain. So the right to have the institution come to the table, discuss the working rights, engage in a negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement is a right that this board has given through the handbook.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. So we have a lot of faculty down here that have expressed disdain for this. It sounds like we have legal that's trying to do the right thing. It sounds like we're trying to clean this up. Yet, because of that possible lack of communication, I think that we're on two different spaces. I feel like legal's trying to do the right thing by cleaning it up, but I feel like faculty is not feeling protected or communicated with, which is I think what's happened here. If I may, Chair, I would like to move to postpone this item to our October meeting so that we can possibly have some conversations and see if faculty, you know, in October is still as upset about these provisions that we're trying to make here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. I don't see any harm in moving this to October. It sounds like there is a lot of confusion about what this is, and I'm not sure where, if there is false narratives regarding this agenda item, where that really stems from and why it would stem from any faculty organization. And so I don't see why we wouldn't just do that. And so the board has an option of taking no action on an item. And so we can just simply move to another item. The board will take no action on this, and then, you know,
Chair Brooks, just to interrupt, just to add to what you're saying, because there's a motion on the table to postpone to the October special meeting, I would advise you to ask for a second and then a vote. But you are correct. You are correct in saying that if
Got a lot of seconds.
If a motion like that fails, you do have the option to just, as chair, to place it on the October agenda, if that makes sense.
I appreciate that. I didn't hear it as a motion. I heard it as a thought from the vice chair in terms of a way that we could proceed, but maybe I didn't hear that correctly.
I just asked, I heard it
Yeah.
interpreted as a motion, Chair Brooks, but I guess let Vice Chair Goodman clarify whether it was a motion or a request.
It was a motion. I said, if I may, I'd like to make the motion to postpone.
Perfect, thank you. So we have a motion from Regent Goodman to postpone this agenda item. We have a second from Regent.
She can have it.
Okay.
North and south.
We have a
think
second
alike.
from Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair.
All those,
Can we have some discussion on that, please, on the motion?
would you like some more discussion, Regent Gokachia? Sure.
Yes, and I guess we're getting a little bit gray here in the motion, but maybe also that if the maker of the motion would amend it to, I don't know, if we're just going to meet again in 30 days, I would hope there'd at least be some type of a working group or at least counselors and work with the chancellor and, you know, and see if we can kind of have some direction to where we're going to go when we meet 30 days from now. At least a small group that would kind of say, hey, does this make sense? At least with the presidents or something, and say, hey, we've kind of got this gelled. I'd hate to come back here in October and do the same thing.
All right.
And Regent Gokachia, that is my intent, for us to possibly put something together here so that we can have more communication and all come back to the table in accordance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as a second, I totally agree with that and want to see that. If you have to meet every day, it doesn't matter. If we're prepared in October to vote on it, then we can, in good faith. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think
Chair Brooks, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez for the record. I do know that when people are submitting and from all the different institutions are submitting over for our agenda items, it does take a while to get there. I'm just wondering if 1 month is enough time to really get the resolution that we're looking for, to get everybody at the table and to get some of these discussions solved.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that'll certainly be the intent to be able to move this forward. And I think if, as we are moving this forward and we realize that perhaps there's more time needed, then we can always take more time. I appreciate that consideration. I think we're very clear in terms of which way this, the expectation of the agenda item in terms of moving it to October and what that entails in terms of work and communications that should be done between now and October. And so what I'd like to do is just take a voice vote. All those in favor of...
Chair, before we take the vote, may I ask just a clarifying question to council?
Sure.
So if this is tabled, does that mean that the exact same agenda item must come back in a month, or is it able to be changed?
Chair Carvalho, or no, excuse me, Chair Brooks, Regent Carvalho, I believe your question is if this motion passes and it's tabled to the October next meeting, which would be the October special meeting, would it be the exact same agenda item? And I think the short answer would be yes. I mean, I think, and I asked Jimmy if he has any additional thoughts, but I believe that it would be the same. Doesn't mean I don't think there couldn't be changes made to the supporting materials, but I believe the agenda item itself would remain the same.
And Jimmy Martinez for the record, I really think that's something that can be considered as part of the motion, whether or not you want this exact agenda item and these exact materials to move forward after meetings, or if you would like it to come forward as the same agenda item with any potential revisions that are agreed upon.
I would like to ask for the ability to change the revisions that have been presented to us in the code.
I'm amenable to that for my motion. Is there a way I should say this, council?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, the best way to do it would be just to withdraw your previous motion, withdraw the second, and then make a new motion.
I'd like to withdraw my previous motion.
I would like to withdraw my previous second.
I would like to make a new motion. Council Martinez, would you please say what I should say?
I believe I understand your motion to be that you would like to postpone this agenda item to a date certain to the October Board of Regents special meeting, and that agenda item would come forward as either this same agenda item and the same materials or any revised materials that are agreed upon by the parties.
So motioned, thank you.
I'll second that, motion.
And so we have a motion by Vice Chair Goodman and a second by Regent Del Carlo, essentially postponing this until our special meeting in October, and that there could be revisions to this agenda item as seen fit by those who are having the conversations to collaborate on the item itself. Those in favor of moving this till October, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
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 Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. The motion passes, and this will come back to us in October. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute administrative break at this time. Great. So we'll continue the meeting and move on to agenda item number, sorry about that. I just lost my place. 16. Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, Daniel Archer. Thank you.
Oops, not off to a good start. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Just want to remind you that our strategic plan, Success by Design, is based on 5 key pillars. The first pillar there emphasizes increasing access to higher education. And under the access pillar, we have multiple strategies and initiatives we talked about when this plan was approved last January. And one of our strategic initiatives under this pillar is to have a FAFSA completion challenge. So when we talk about FAFSA completion, we're talking about the percentage of high school seniors that complete the federal financial aid application, otherwise known as FAFSA. And we're focusing on FAFSA completion here because the data shows that it's tied to higher education enrollment. High school seniors who complete the FAFSA are 84% more likely to enroll in college after high school graduation. Again, 84% more likely to enroll in college after high school graduation. We're also doing this because there's an opportunity for us to grow as a state here in Nevada. So we created a FAFSA completion competition last year to reward high schools in Nevada that exhibited the largest FAFSA completion increase from one year to the next. And after the FAFSA completion data were analyzed, they compared the class of 2024 to the class of 2025. Mineral County High School emerged as our first winner here. So Mr. Drew Shar included a FAFSA completion assignment in the senior capstone course that he teaches. So he had students complete the FAFSA as an assignment for that particular course here. And it clearly paid off because Mineral County High School exhibited a 53 percentage point FAFSA completion increase when comparing the class of 2024 to the class of 2025. So we want to recognize them today for the great work that they've done. We have 3 representatives here today, so please come on up. We have Stephanie Cohey, Mineral County School District Superintendent. We have Monica Cady, the principal of Mineral County High School. And then we have Drew Shar, who is the instructor of the senior seminar course that I previously alluded to. So we have a banner. Chris is going to assist me here because I'm not smooth enough to do this, and this is under his miscellaneous CFO duties. So we have a banner to present to them that they can display back home. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause. And did you all want to make a minute or two of comments? You're welcome to.
Hello, Regents. My name is Monica Cady. I'm the principal of Mineral County High School. I found out about this challenge last year, and I had submitted it to our teacher, Mr. Drew Shar. He wears many hats in our district. He is our union president. He is one of the head of our CTE departments, and he also is in charge of the capstone course for our seniors. I handed it over to him, and he took it off and ran with it. He worked with all of the individual community colleges, with our seniors and with their parents, and was able to achieve that incredible number. So I'd like to give him a chance to speak with you also. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. Thank you for having me today. A moment would be appreciated because if anyone knows me, I'm very long-winded, so I will try and make this as quick as possible. I know you have a long meeting. I would just like to thank you all for allowing this challenge to happen, allowing Mineral County to take the challenge and to complete what we set out for. Our goal is post-secondary education in rural communities, and we have achieved that goal. We have about 75% of that class enrolled in Nevada, whether it's a university, whether it is one of our local colleges or community colleges. Every single one of those students received the Nevada Promise Scholarship within that classroom as well, giving them every opportunity to succeed in their future. And so you guys giving them the opportunity to complete this challenge, to show that Mineral County can be on the map and show them that there are people in rural communities that, given the opportunity, they will take those efforts and they will make Nevada a better place. So thank you all for doing what you're doing. Thank you all for making Nevada a greater place, and thank you for allowing rural education to make it to the universities here in local Nevada. Thank you all.
Hi, for the record, Superintendent Stephanie Huey. I tell you, when we saw this opportunity, we jumped on it. We knew it was an exciting opportunity for our students, and with Drew's new senior seminar class, he's working to make sure that all of our students know the opportunities that they have here in Nevada. They complete their applications for financial applications. They complete their scholarship applications. This FAFSA challenge was one that we knew was perfect timing for Mineral County to get not only our students, but our families to understand that every student in Mineral County School District has the opportunity to advance their college and career readiness and to actively become a part of it. So gave the challenge to Drew and Monica, and they jumped on it. So I'm so proud of the work that our team is doing, and it's an honor to be the first district to receive this. Thank you.
Congratulations. Do you want to? Yeah, can I take a picture? That's my district. Regent Del Carlo is going to jump in there with you. And
Welcome on. Yeah. No.
So we'll challenge the other 8.
That's right. Thank you
All
guys
right.
again.
congratulations. Thanks for all the hard work. Thank you. We'll move into agenda. Well, we'll wait just a few more seconds. Okay, congratulations again. We'll move into agenda item number 18, fiscal update and strategic path forward by President Klippenstein.
All right. Chair Brooks, members of the board, for the record, I'm Stacy Klippenstein, the proud president of the College of Southern Nevada. I'm here today to provide a quick fiscal update and strategic path forward. You all received a region alert about 2 months ago, which was a college-wide informational plan or item I provided to the CSN team. This alert outlined the current fiscal reality for CSN. First, I want to thank Vice President Lisa Bakke, who will also be available to answer questions. She started July 1, recognized this is a potential concern. How are we going to move forward? Contacted me, we started to work through it, and she immediately, and where I want to say thank you as well to Vice Chancellor Chris Fatone, as well as Robin Hager, the NSHE Budget Director, as well as Chancellor McNair, to get quickly together and have some dialogue and to make sure everybody is informed. So I first want to say thank you to them. Today, let me make sure I get this right. Today, I plan to provide a brief overview of the fiscal history since 2021, our current fiscal reality, and potential strategies to minimize our deficit and our future strategic path forward. Some information has slightly changed, and I appreciate your patience and understanding. First, if I may, for a little bit of the fiscal history, during the 2021 legislative session, CSN, like other institutions, experienced a 12% state reduction for both operations and personnel, roughly $12.2 million per year for CSN. Our slide indicates a $16.6 million caseload reduction during that year. That is my fault. That's actually a caseload that was impacted in the following biennium in fiscal years 24-25. During the 2021-23 legislative session, CSN received ARPA funds of $4.2 million. However, projected registration fee revenue shortfall was $8.4 million. So total projected loss for that biennium was roughly $16.3 million. For the next biennium in 24-25, fiscal years 24-25, CSN received $16.6 million caseload reduction. CSN has also received roughly $6 million each year for enrollment recovery funding. For the 2026-27, or this current fiscal biennium, CSN has a negative balance of $17 million each year. However, CSN received $4.7 million in caseload funding, which was applied to the funding deficit, and also received one-shot funding of $2.6 million each year. On the slide here, it shows $4.7 million. Again, my fault, it's actually $2.6 million. Overall, CSN is facing a $9.6 million deficit each year of this biennium. Looking forward, it is projected that CSN will face roughly a $12 million deficit in personnel budgets for the next biennium. And we must begin our work now to make permanent decisions for state budget planning for our next legislative session. Our strategic path forward includes the following. CSN has already reviewed current open vacancies, which include, CSN has already reviewed current open vacancies, which total up to 12 million, and may transfer all or some to reserves until further priority review of needs of each position is established. Some positions may be transferred to other available non-state accounts. High priority for recruitment has remained classroom instruction and high-need student support services. We need to provide the right instruction and services for nearly 1,300 more students than this time last year. We initiated the Executive Budget Advisory Committee, which consists of shared governance teams, including our student leadership, 3 additional members as selected by me, NFA memberships, and as well as 4 ex officios, and it is being led by VP Lisa Bakke. Again, she'll be here to answer your hard questions in a minute. This team has already met and will begin to review above-mentioned plans to reduce the $9.6 million per year deficit for this biennium. However, the committee is established to assist the college in all future budget planning, which includes identifying permanent budget reductions for the next biennium, established annual budget planning processes, analyze annual spending and enrollment trends, and identify potential new revenues, not only to minimize our current and upcoming deficit, but to allow us to invest in key initiatives that supports our mission, our vision, our strategic bridge plan, and our future strategic direction. This is not the first time CSN has been in this situation, and there are already solid recommendations gathered from previous budget reduction and investment discussions. Those are being brought to the table with the Executive Budget Advisory Committee. We all know that we have hard decisions to make at CSN. Our goal will remain transparent, and we have already shared this information with our shared governance teams, as well as during a recent conversations with the president or a town hall event. We also are attempting to keep our students as a high priority, of course. And so decisions that will be made will try to keep our students at the forefront to make sure that we minimize the impact. Review additional revenues, that's what we'll continue to do. So items that we can control, such as the continuation of enrollment. Right now, again, we are running about 5% of our over this time last year. That's more what you would consider kind of degree-seeking on-campus students. But when we start to add in, which we'll know here in about another week, increase in dual enrollment and an increase in apprenticeship, we're actually looking at a very, very good year with increased enrollments. So we keep that going. But then again, the conversations on fees. Those are all things that we can control. Other legislative items that can help us as well, such as funding formula that benefits institutions with more part-time students. Right now, it takes about 2 students to equal 1 FT at CSN. We want to be proactively reactive at this given time, not just reactive. We want to be able to use this as an opportunity for us to take it as a challenge, but at the same time, begin to think proactively about what decisions we can make now, how that can impact, but also lead us to be able to address certain initiatives as we see coming forward, and then eventually with the Executive Budget Advisory Committee, be able to be proactive in our approach. The opportunity is in front of us to consider right-sizing, being innovative in our approach, think outside the box, and, as an old mentor once said, learning to do things differently in a different way. So this is a good opportunity for us as we begin to analyze, understand what we can control, understand revenues and expenses. This will allow us to be able to, what we would believe, kind of right-size and hopefully allow us to meet the new initiatives of an upcoming new strategic plan. Although this is not how I wanted to start my tenure as the new president at CSN, I am committed, though, to work with our team and NSHE to make sure that we are, as a collective in a way, see and help make appropriate decisions to also keep the board informed. I thank you for allowing me this time today to share this information, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, President. We appreciate the transparency of the presentation. Are there any questions from Regents here? Regent McGrath?
Thank you so much, President Klippenstein. Just a quick question. I know the launch date is September 1, 2025. When would the board, or when would you anticipate that the board would get an update? That was my only question.
The goal right now is the Executive Budget Advisory Committee will continue to meet monthly or as needed, with more information being shared. We know right now that we're looking at about next June or July, we need to have our budget prepared for the next biennium, because at some point it comes to you. My goal would be well before then. I'll work with the NSHE team, with Chancellor McNair, and be able to bring information forward when we feel like we have enough information to be able to really truly share with you in some type of good, concrete way.
Thank you.
Regent Arascata?
Thank you very much for that transparency. That was well done. But a couple questions in regards to the pragmatic approach in which it's going to be set by you and the leadership at CSN. In regards to the 12.2 million in permanent reductions, where do you see, how is it going to be done? I know there's a lot of questions that need to be answered and a lot of very tough decisions by yourself and individuals on campus and the campuses that you all have. Where do you feel that it's going to be necessary to tighten that belt?
It's a very good question, and it's one we're exploring. I always look at it this way: from anytime you have a very large budget, any budget, you always have expense lines and you have revenue lines, right? That's kind of a key thing. For us, we know within our expenses, about 80-ish, 81, 79% of our budget goes to personnel. Yep. And on the state, that's on the state-funded budget line, right? So when you say you have a large 12 million, let's say it's 8%, 7% of our budget, there is going to be some of that. And I will give credit to CSN for the previous work that has been done with understanding that they've always had some salary savings. They've had lines that they've kind of held, hopefully lines that are not as impactful as we hold them, not as impactful on student success. So that's the beginning phase of what we need to kind of, in a way, look at, right? But you also look at operations, because that's also a big chunk. And they've already done some work and minimized some operations over the last couple of years, because in a way they've dealt a little bit with the deficit, correct? So that's one. So we always have to explore that and prioritize what those will be. For us, we want to maintain good classroom instruction. That means we need to have faculty in the classroom, good quality faculty in the classroom. And as we want to promote more enrollments. So we look at expenses. And that's what I call it the EBOC, but it's the Executive Budget Advisory Committee. That's all the stuff they'll be exploring. And then take a look to it. What are some utilities reductions? What are some things we can do different that we haven't thought about yet that might reduce the expenses? But you also, as we have to reduce 12.2, but maybe it's not 12.2 or 9.6, let's say, or in the next biennium maybe 12.2. Maybe it's only 9 point something because we had added revenue coming in that we weren't anticipating, or we should start anticipating now and putting some efforts forward to be able to meet those revenue projections and revenue needs. So it's a balance right now. So that's what this group will be exploring. That's what I'll be exploring with Lisa Bakke as well on the backside. We'll be able to continue to work with the NSHE team, NSHE staff. We'll see what happens with the next legislative session as well. If there's an opportunity there, again, with the funding formula dialogue, that might be able to come in and help. I mean, if you take a look going into this last legislative session with the funding formula, there was an opportunity that CSN would have received money that would have actually, in a way, largely mitigated this deficit. But it didn't happen. So reality is we need to take a step back and plan for it. But if there's opportunity for additional revenue, of course, we want to plan that in with the expenses that we have to monitor and make some tough decisions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I've had the opportunity of meeting Dr. Klippenstein and having lunch with him. He's a sharp guy. I enjoyed the conversation. And you know, a man who can think on his feet and say, hey, the lady next to him will answer the tough questions. I don't know if you guys got that. He said she'll answer the tough questions when she comes up. That's a man who can think on his feet. He's good. I appreciate you being there, Dr. Klippenstein. I've heard nothing but good things about you so far. Keep that up. It's just a remark, not a question. I had to say, I'm glad we have you, sir.
Regent Boylan, Stacy Klippenstein, for the record, I apologize, Regent Eriscotta and Regent McGrath, I did not recognize you at the beginning, my fault. But yeah, thank you very much, Regent Boylan. And yes, Lisa is here to answer all the tough questions.
Press the button so we can hear you properly. Get the green light.
It is on, can they not hear us?
Okay, no worries. Thank you so much.
Regent Boylan, the president was speaking. Is there a communication audio problem with hearing what he was saying in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir, he was kind of really low for what he just said, but before that, he was fine.
Thank you,
and
Regent
now
Boylan.
he's okay again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions in the Las Vegas system office for the president? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 19. President, you can just stay right there and continue on. Thank you.
Happy to do so. Chair Brooks, members of the board, for the record, I'm Stacy Klippenstein, the proud president of the College of Southern Nevada. Today, I have something very special to be able to present to you and ask for your action. It is our strategic bridge plan for 2025 through 2027. I have to first off say thank you very much to Acting President Bill Kibler for the work that he also did with the talented team at CSN to be able to help develop this over the last year, especially starting in February on. Bill was very much involved in this, and so I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Kibler. First off, I want to share with you that this presentation provides an overview of our strategic plans from College of Southern Nevada really since 2019 and our strategic plan for 2025 through 2027, or our strategic bridge plan. As you can see in the new strategic bridge plan, the College of Southern Nevada continues to focus on students, our faculty, our staff, and our communities. The goals and objectives of the strategic bridge plan are driven by the mission, the vision of the college, and empowers students and communities to achieve, succeed, and prosper. CSN maintains the values as previously created, which is I Lead, which deals with integrity, lifelong learning, excellence, academic freedom, and diversity. This slide indicates the status of our institutional strategic plan since 2019. CSN concluded the 2019-2024 strategic plan in the fall of 2024. This plan was approved by the Board of Regents in March of 2020. With the unprecedented pandemic, many of the targets set in 2020 were impacted, particularly enrollment targets. However, the Office of Institutional Effectiveness and Institutional Research continued to monitor key metrics and work with stakeholders across the college to achieve strategic plan goals. The 2019-2024 plan was concluded by tracking data during the time period and evaluating the performance of the strategic plan. There are many achievements tracked in the last 5 years, such as the completions or awards conferred. The number of completions in 2024 is most in the last 10 years. We had 5,658 degrees or certificates awarded to over 5,000 students. So we're very proud of that. Also, another success is the increase of our graduation rate from 12% up to 19% in 2024-2025. There was growth in our first-time college students over the last 5 years as well. Also, as I indicated earlier, with the 5% growth for our degree-seeking students right now, again, excluding apprenticeship and our concurrent high school dual enrollment. While we conclude our 2019-2024 plan, the acting president, Dr. Kibler, approved a 2-year short-term strategic bridge plan that is presented to you today that will last us through 2027. And as we utilize the bridge plan, the college will begin the planning process for the future strategic plan, which will commence this fall. Part of the reason why for the bridge plan was the new leadership, with me coming in to provide some continuity over the first year or two, provide a planning gap until the new strategic plan is developed, and ensure college initiatives and goals align with the NSHE's goals as well as Northwest College and Community, or the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. So, the next 10 slides provide an overview of the strategic bridge plan, the planning process, stakeholder engagement, and goals and objectives. I'll encourage you right now, if you wish, to click on the QR code to access the draft strategic plan in its totality, which is has a detail of the goals and objectives and key performance indicators. So I'll give you a minute if you wish to click on that. It's riveting, so please click on it. This slide captures a year-long process for developing the strategic bridge plan. From data review and reflection, engagement with stakeholders, feedback and revisions occurred during from fall 2024 until recent fall of 2025. As you can see, the college utilized multiple qualitative and quantitative methods to ensure the goals, objectives, and key metrics were robust and inclusive. This slide provides an overview of all involved in the listening sessions in February of 2025. As you can tell, it was really inclusive across the college. The bridge plan actually has 6 distinct areas of focus as discovered during the qualitative and quantitative discovery process. I'd like to highlight a few. When you take a look at like student enrollment or academic program excellence, workforce and community partnerships, student success, shared governance and employee engagement and holistic, I mean, all of those really do funnel right in perfectly to really our 4 key goals that we have, which our first one, goal 1, is student access and success. Goal 2 is student engagement. Goal 3 is performance and quality, and goal 4 is workforce and community. As you can see, that we did particularly make sure that we aligned our goals for this bridge plan with, again, the NSHE goals and Northwest accreditation requirements. The bridge plan is an extension of our previous plan. The goals remain unchanged with new targets for 25 through 27. The first one is on student access and success. The goal 1 focuses on increasing enrollment opportunities, promoting early college momentum, and promoting student success to close institutional performance gaps. As you may have scanned the bridge plan after you did your QR code, because I know you all did, the enrollment targets were set at 2% based on the trends of enrollment. However, we do plan to make some changes quickly to this because of our current 5% up and possibly more by the time we hit census date. So we are seeing some good movement on the enrollment side. On the student engagement side, we do have a couple of objectives to continue to focus on student support and include student affairs services and academic support. Through this plan, we will continue to focus on increasing student utilization rates for all services, increase satisfaction, and understand the impact these have on student success, with other important areas such as student basic needs and well-being as our top priority. Data collection in this progress is in progress to inform these initiatives in the new strategic planning process. Also, goal 3 gets into performance and quality. When we look at this, we're really talking about employee engagement and effectiveness of our academic programs, as well as ensure that we are doing everything we can from professional development to creating a strong shared governance environment. Workforce and community is our 4th goal. Which really does tie into the ecosystem that we play within Southern Nevada and Clark County and the connections that we should have with our community members. This goal excites me because it does have a strong focus on our partnership engagement with both government officials, industry leaders, aimed at enhancing the economic vitality of Southern Nevada. And it does so in a way that's not only for credit programs, but also non-credit short-term training, which is so much needed in that area or region of Nevada. The last slide here gets into the implementation plan of the strategic plan coming up. Our whole goal is to begin this fall, after this presentation and approval of this bridge plan. Our goal is to begin to establish the right committee in developing an inclusive process that will be a year-long process to develop our next 5-year strategic direction. We're really excited about that because I think people around campus are very excited about that, to really review our mission statement, our vision. Why are we here? What are we doing? What is our plan? What are those key 4, 5, 3, whatever it is, moonshots? You can call them moonshots, you can call them goals, whatever it is. But what are those that will really guide us in the future? And as I said earlier with the budget, it will align, to me, the strategic plan drives then budget. That's what drives budget. The budget is a vehicle, a tool to help us achieve our goals. So if we can overlap this dialogue, I think it will only better the institution. So we do have a lot of work to do with the upcoming year. Our goal is to be able to bring to you our final strategic plan for 2027 through 2031 or 2032 here in very, very early 2027. So it can be adopted and ready to go by fall of 2027. With that, Chair Brooks, members of the board, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Are there any questions from board members? Any questions from board members in Las Vegas? President,
No,
it looks
thank
like.
you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It looks like you hit it out of the park on this one. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. And this is an item up for action, correct?
That is an item up for action. The board will, you can hang out there, yeah. So is there a motion to approve the strategic plan
Regent
by
Breger,
CS?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say,
Needs to
I'll
call
motion
somebody.
to approve action item 19, the strategic bridge plan for CSN.
I move to approve. Regent Del Carlo?
So there's a motion to, you seconded the motion, Regent Del Carlo? There's a motion to approve the 2025-2027 strategic bridge plan by CSN. The motion was made by Regent Brown, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor of approving this plan, please signify by saying aye or
Aye.
yea.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose say no or nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much, President. We
Thank you
appreciate
all.
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on now to agenda item number 20. This is the student fees balance report. Welcome, President Hevy.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Goodman and members of the board, Chancellor. Chris Hevy, Interim President of UNLV for the record. Just to remind people, we're here on this item because there was some concern about the level of management of student fees at UNLV, and last December we reported an $80 million carryover balance across 240 accounts, which was 57% of the total amount of fees collected during that fiscal year. We've worked hard to improve the management of those fees at the campus level. They're distributed broadly across the campus, and I want to give a lot of credit to our interim CFO, Elise Bunkowski, for her excellent work preparing this report and getting a better handle on how the fees are being managed by all the various units who collect them. I'll just give you the short highlights, which is we've made substantial progress. We got down from an $80 million carryover balance to a $75 million carryover balance at the end of this last fiscal year, but it's really more like $60 million because we carried a high student access balance into this fall due to some uncertainty in the federal financial aid landscape. That was an $18 million balance that we carried from last fiscal year, which was $13 million higher than what had been carried over the year before. But we've already spent all but about $1.5 million of those dollars in awarding them back out to students for this fall semester. We also had you approved an item related to our network upgrade, and we expected to pay that in June. It carried over into July, and so that's another $3 million reduction. So really a figure more like $60 million would be a good understanding of where we ended last fiscal year. And we also collected $155 million in fees rather than $140 million in fees the previous year because of the enrollment growth we've experienced. So we've gone from about 57% carryover balance to getting much closer to a 40% carryover balance in fiscal year 25, all things considered. There's a lot of detail in the report, and happy to answer any questions, and Elise Bunkowski is here with a deep understanding of this issue, so happy to take any questions.
Thank you, President Hevy. Are there any questions from the board? Regent Del Carlo?
Okay, 40% carryover balance, is that kind of high?
No, Well, as we discussed in one of the previous meetings, that would be the second lowest in the system below everyone except University of Nevada, Reno. So we think a 40% carryover is a reasonable target. We might be able to get down to like 30-something%, the first digit to be a 3, but most of the other campuses were actually in the 60% carryover balance or higher. You'll get an update from all of the campuses at the December board meeting, as it's an annual item. We've been, giving quarterly reports because of some of the concerns from the high dollar figure, but as we discussed previously, we collect a lot more in student fees than any other campus because of the size of our campus. And UNLV and UNR also are just much higher than the other campuses because we have more differential fee programs that bring in substantial dollars to fund programs like engineering and other high-cost programs.
Okay, so just a follow-on. So is that why the student access fee, is that a carry-on too of 18.6 million? Is that?
Yes, so that number is high, and so that's why I mentioned that one. And the reason we allowed that one to be high is because there was some uncertainty in the federal financial aid picture coming into this fall because of changes that were happening at the federal level. But we've already spent that down to now just having about $1.5 million in that account already. From July 1st to now, we've spent about $16 million of that dollars, which all get awarded directly back out to students.
Okay, good. Glad you spent it. Thank you.
Regent Arascata.
There it goes. Thank you, Chair Brooks. While you were talking, President Hevy, pulling out my best Yogi Berra here is, I felt like deja vu all over again. So bear with me, and I just went back to yesterday's presentation by our CFO, Baton. On agenda item yesterday, 11, bear with me, people, and I just found it, page 21, CFO Baton, I might need you on this one. On page 21, page 17 from yesterday's agenda, let me go back again. Here we go. So yesterday's agenda item number 11 specifically states on page 17, CFO Baton, and it indicates that the fiscal year 2026 estimated access fee, right there on the bottom right-hand side, that the revenue for UNLV would be $34.5 million. And that combine that with today's 18.6, am I reading this correctly? The UNLV's access ending balance, let me go back, would be $53 billion?
So that might be what we would have available to award out this fiscal year, which would be the combination from the new revenue and the large carryover balance. And we did intentionally have the carryover from last year be somewhat larger so that we would make sure that we'd be able to fill any gaps. But we've already, as I mentioned, awarded those dollars out. And so now we'll just have the additional dollars collected for the spring semester to be awarded. So yeah, what's the rough income into that?
Chris Fatone for the record. I would confirm, in Regent Arascata, your calculation in terms of the total available would be accurate, and as President Heavy's mentioned, they've actually collected probably half of that projected revenue included in the amount that was dispersed, where their ending balance today is about $1.5 million. So they are spending the current year revenue also, in addition to that carry forward revenue. They are dispersing those funds to students.
So, by that thought process, so with today's report, UNLV is indicating that you're carefully managing these funds, and these access funds to disperse to support students, support students for the fall of 2025.
Yeah, so we've awarded tens of millions in student aid for this fall.
And spring of 2026.
We will have the revenue that comes into the account for fall of 2026. So we essentially, because we had the larger carryover balance as we planned, we had a little higher awarding level this fall than has been typical, but it was kind of an insurance policy.
That's more than a little. That's a lot.
Yeah, we have Barb Roberts in the Southern Nevada office. If she was our Associate Vice President for Student Aid, so she could speak specifically to the details of it. But yes, we awarded a lot of aid this fall.
Perfect. And before you answer, whomever is going to the mic, just, and they could probably answer my question is, just elaborate on the process for supporting students.
Yeah, I think Barb would be the perfect person to speak this issue. This is mostly need-based aid. I think it's 80% of the award, aid is awarded in need, and I'll defer to Barb Roberts. Looks like her microphone isn't working.
There we go, it's on, okay. Good morning. Oh, got an echo.
Yep, go for it, Barb.
Okay. Good morning, Regent Arascada. To answer your questions, so I will start with the large carryover balance. First, we did make a calculated decision to carry over more funds beyond June 30th. It is important to remember that this is the total that was in the access fund across all access funds on June 30th. So that total is also not all undergraduate access funds, but that is the largest portion of it. As of July 1, once we knew a little bit more of what was going to be happening, especially with federal work study funds, and that we would not need to basically have, as President Hevy said, that in the insurance policy to help our students who would be normally getting federal work study funds, once we found out that those would be carried forward with this year, we did use a good amount of those dollars to help our students who were enrolled in summer as well. So it was also summer 2025, so we paid those in July and August. And then additionally, we dispersed aid throughout August, and even we are still dispersing some aid as students get some issues kind of wrapped up with their aid accounts. And we will continue paying access funds, of course, all the way through. We don't really stop with those. We also carried over some of those funds in a very specific and strategic way to ensure that we had emergency funds for students, which in the past we didn't really have the ability to do that. And now we have a very robust process for students to apply for emergency funding as well. Any questions about that before I move on to the lottery, as you
emergency funding. Expand on that, please.
Emergency funding? Yes, so this is, students can, let's say that our students have, they have received their aid for this year that matches their cost of tuition and fees. That their direct cost to the institution. However, they have something else that's considered in their cost of attendance as a cost, though not a direct cost to the university, but a cost of education. Those could include personal expenses, they could include food, they could include housing, they could include transportation. So we've had a student say, the tire blew out on my car and I can't afford to replace the tire. And we have them submit documentation and we vet through that process and determine if the student is eligible to have some emergency dollars provided to them to be able to cover that cost of them attending their classes at UNLV.
Wow, okay. Didn't realize that emergency funding was available in that
Well,
manner.
we were lucky to be able to have more of that kind of funding available this year, again, because we used our funds strategically in the previous fiscal year to be able to roll some of those funds forward. And otherwise, how the funding is used by the board's own policies, we do require 80% of that aid to be delivered to students who have need. But a higher proportion of that, of our students that receive aid actually do have need. But we offer aid to about 90% of all of our students. And as you've heard from President Hevy before, 25% of our Nevada students attend UNLV without a direct out-of-pocket cost to them for their tuition fees.
And that's wonderful to hear, but providing an emergency fund could be opening a huge Pandora's box for other students who feel or believe that they have an emergent issue in order to attend class. That could be a beast,
So
Okay, well,
we have it is a pretty, this isn't an uncommon request. We get a lot of requests for emergency funds. We do what we can to help. We do vet these, and this isn't so much about, I don't have the ability to pay for my tuition and fees. That's not what the emergency funding is for. It's for something that, it could be, I suppose, if there was some other kind of thing that occurred with the student that would qualify. However, most of the time when a student has a need that keeps them from being able to pay their tuition and fees, then we look at other processes first. And we always look at other processes first. What can we do? Is it a special circumstances appeal or other things to see if there are other funds available through federal funding, et cetera, before we do proceed with emergency funding. But this is a process that is not just UNLV that does this. This is a very common thing across all institutions, that there is a process for emergency funding for students.
I agree. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go back to the podium if I may. Chair, is that okay?
Sure.
President Hevy, and actually I may need to talk to Ms. Bukowski. On the bottom line, I need to get a bit stronger glasses. So on line 66 of page 11, 6 column over, second from the right. So the carryover right now is going to be the 18,690,000. Am I reading this correctly?
Regent Arascotta, can you tell me again what page?
On page 11 of the UNLV fee account balances. So that's going to be the carryover on this one from fiscal year 25.
I think my page 11 is different than your page 11.
Oh, let me try that again.
I believe it's page 9 of the presentation.
Page 9, yeah, it's page 9 of your documentation.
Okay,
Page 11 of the presentation.
yes. So the student access fee in total ended at the 18.69 for ending FY25.
Okay,
So the total of all fees was the 75,655.
okay. And just for one more confirmation, thank you, Chair, for a little bit of flexibility here. And so then the carryover then is also going to be, from that we heard yesterday from our CFO, it's going to be a total of 53 million that's going to be carried over. Is that correct?
I'm going to defer to Chris Fatone on this one.
Chris Fatone again for the record. Regent Arascotta, I think you're with the carry forward balance and the FY26 projected revenue, that represents funds that are available to the institution to use in FY26. They've already dispersed a significant amount of the actually all of the carry forward balance and a significant portion of the fees collected for fall of 25. So part of that 30 plus million that's projected for FY26 has already been dispersed to students. And so they're not suggesting that they're projecting a carry forward for the end of FY26 any higher. They may be able to offer a projected carry forward balance at the end of FY26 if that is what your question is. But they've already dispersed a significant amount of what's been both carried forward and collected for fall of 25.
Yeah, Chris Hevy for the record. So as Chris Fatone said, we expect our carry forward balance at the end of fiscal year 26 to be below 60 million. So another 15 million below where we closed fiscal year 25. Because as Chris Fatone said, we've awarded all of those excess access fees that we carried forward already.
Okay. Thank you both. Thank you, CFO Fatone.
Regent DelCarlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I just have a question. It's really wonderful that your enrollment's up, for sure. And so that brings in a lot more fees. I mean, it's huge amounts of money. Are you guys of the mindset at all to be looking at all your fees and maybe reducing fees? Can you address that, please?
Yes, thanks for the question, Regent Del Carlo. We're looking at that on a fee-by-fee basis, and we have plans, and they're actually detailed in the report, of any of the funds that carry over more than the 100% balance allowed by the board. And they include suspending the fees or scholarshiping back dollars. But overall, you know, the increased enrollment also comes with increased instructional costs and other kinds of costs. So they do generally run proportional to the increased enrollment. And so we hired 100 new faculty this year. We're trying to, you know, beef up the staff to handle the increased number of students we have.
Are there any questions from I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. It might be appropriate for agenda item 22, but we had the young lady here in the orange-red jacket, I forget your name, and she mentions about this emergency fees. Does that apply, or can foreign students also apply for these emergency, not fees, sorry, emergency funding? Because I know we're trying to get students from China, et cetera, So would they be allowed to get that? We have them now also, foreign students, so do they get that money, is my question.
Barb Roberts, UNLV for the record. Regent Boylan, yes, our international students do pay into the access fee, so they are able to apply for funding the same way that our domestic students would be.
Outstanding. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from Regents in the South? Thank you, President Hebe. We appreciate the presentation that you provided us, and we might as well stay right where you are for the next agenda item. Item number 42, an update on the 42-acre property.
Thank you, Chris Heve, Interim President of UNLV for the record. As the board, I think, knows well, we have a 42-acre parcel that is very valuable land right near the Las Vegas Strip on Tropicana, just east of Koval Lane. And we want to make sure that the board is aware of all of the steps we're taking to try to come up with a more permanent disposition of that currently vacant land. We appreciate the approval of the extension of a lease yesterday in BFF committee meeting. The board briefing paper is sort of succinct here. It talks about the kind of lessons we drew from the discussion we had at the June meeting. It's either the March or the June meeting with the board to gather some feedback. We've had some additional constituent engagement. We're planning more community meetings to make sure that all of the people who might be interested in that land are aware of what's coming, and basically trying to lay the foundation for a 2026 RFP to look for proposals for a permanent disposition, which we expect to be either most likely a 100-year lease or a potential sale of the land. We're also evaluating possibilities that would be related to campus use, though those are generally lower on our priority list because we think we have enough land now on the Maryland Parkway corridor where the kind of central density of the campus exists. We also will acknowledge the letter that we all received from the airport about their potential interest in having a discussion about the land, and we'll look forward to bringing our campus leadership team to talk with the airport about how we might partner with the county in some way that would be mutually beneficial. But basically here to answer any questions or take any feedback that you have. Again, we'll schedule some more meetings for community stakeholders so that they're aware we're looking for a 2026 launch of a comprehensive RFP to look for proposals for the development of that land. I'll stop there to take any feedback or answer any questions. And Elise Bonkowski and Dave Fromm are also available if needed.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Regent Goodman and Regent Brooks. Just a quick question in regards to that letter that we received from the airport CFO, Payurkowski. Have you heard from them prior to this or any dialogue with the airport?
No, they just had a changeover in the leadership at the airport. We'd had a meeting, the previous president had a meeting with them before the previous RFP process that the board ultimately didn't move forward with maybe a year and a half ago. But we have not met with the new CFO. I think they've only been in place like a month. But we'll be eager to sit down with them and talk about what the intersection of the interests might be. And we're really eager to partner with the county in every way that we can.
If you keep us abreast, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Will do.
Vice Chair Goodman?
Thank you. Thank you, President Hebe, for the presentation. I remember back in May, there was a stakeholder meeting where individuals were talking about exactly what they had in mind for the property. I know that there was going to be another meeting like that, and I know Regent Breger and I both wanted to attend that. We had an event that we had to attend. Are you going to be doing any more of those stakeholder meetings? I'd like to be able to participate without getting too much in the weeds.
Yes. Thank you for that, Regent Goodman. And we owe you that invite, and summer travel schedules have made it very difficult for us to schedule the next one, but absolutely, we will not go further without a meeting that you and Regent Breger are able to attend. I think we just had maybe about 6 trustees at the former meeting, so I know there's a lot of others who would like to be with you at such a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe Dave Fromer can give me a briefing offline, but I'd really like to know the advantage of the 100-year lease. It just sounds so daunting and terrible. So I would love to maybe just have an offline conversation with Mr. Fromer about that so I can understand the benefits. 100 years is a long time.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Goodman. I know Dave Fromer will be eager to have that conversation with you, and want to be clear that we have not decided on that. I think we're looking at a broad range of proposals that we'd be willing to consider, because we know that others might be interested in different kinds of structures for that land. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on to agenda item number 23. This is the global campus exploration with South Korea and UNLV. President Hebe.
Thank you, Chris Heve, Interim President of UNLV, for the record. We would like to just today bring the board up to date on conversations that we are having in 2 foreign countries. This item concerns our conversation in Incheon, South Korea. As you know, Las Vegas is a lot of international visibility as a city, and UNLV correspondingly, and especially our hospitality program. And in Incheon, South Korea, they have what's called the Incheon Global Campus. And the Incheon Global Campus is intended to bring worldly wide recognized universities into a shared university space. And so it's essentially an existing campus that's already been built, and they invite universities with high-ranking programs to join them, and they provide all of the capital costs for the construction to build the campus. And so we've been invited through our hospitality program to submit an application to join as another campus in the Incheon Global Campus. Currently, there are 5 existing campuses there, and they're looking to add another 5 campuses, and we're in the second wave of 5 with this invitation. So I just returned last week from meeting with them, with the Dean of the College of Hospitalities and our Senior International Officer. They have a very structured process that we are now in the earliest stages of, and so what the next step will be was write a 10-page proposal to them, and they'll review that 10-page proposal, and if they approve it, they will award us some amount of money, a little bit short of $1 million, to do a comprehensive feasibility study about the desirability and the fit of what we would bring to the Incheon Global Campus, and then we would go from there. It's a multi-step process. Ultimately, it would be about likely 2030 before we would be up and operating there. And so we just wanted you to be aware of this conversation so that it doesn't catch you by surprise. We do intend to write the initial 10-page proposal and submit it to the it's called the Incheon Free Economic Zone. IFEZ is the group that runs this campus. And so we'll be submitting this fall, probably by December, the initial 10-page study that will then get reviewed by them and hopefully them awarding us the money to do the more comprehensive feasibility study, which we would then bring back to the board for detailed consideration of what would happen there. We'd be looking at a campus that would focus on hospitality, probably have 1,000 or fewer students, and might have some other degree programs, though they try to structure it so there's not overlap between the degree programs offered by the other campuses and new campuses who are invited. The current list of campuses who are in the Incheon Global Campus are the University of Utah, George Mason University, Ghent University from the Netherlands, SUNY Stony Brook, and the SUNY Fashion Institute of Technology. So all well-recognized universities, most of which are from the US, and they are looking to have 5 more join them, and we're honored to be among the 5 that are being considered. Happy to answer any questions at this point, and just really want to reiterate that you'll hear a lot more about this before any final decisions are made. We'll be spending some of our time on this, but not spending any of our money at this point, because they'll award us all of the funds necessary to do the feasibility study.
Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any questions by the board?
Chair. Boylan, you.
Regent Borland, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I love these ideas with South Korea and China. I just have a simple question. How does this benefit us?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Regent Borland. So the 3 sort of guiding principles that I enter this with is that this would have to be brand positive, revenue neutral or positive, and they would have to have the same academic standards as all of the programs we offer here. Essentially, the view is that it will give us even more worldwide visibility for our hospitality program, as well as the university broadly. So essentially, it helps our brand on the world stage and including helping our rankings potentially.
So we are hoping that that brings in more students to us, brings in more monies to us, because they pay good money to come here. They're usually the rich students who can afford it, especially in China. I know more about the Chinese education system than the Korean one, so I'm just curious, are we doing this just, to get a monetary value and more students come to us?
So, thank you for that question, Regent Borland. One of the things that we typically would do, and most of the campuses have done, is structure the programs there as a 3+1, where the students most of the education would happen in South Korea. So they would not be traveling to the US, but we would likely structure the degree as a 3+1, where they'd have to come to the United States, to UNLV, for one of the 4 years of the undergraduate program. And so that would bring some revenue directly to UNLV. It also becomes a pipeline for graduate students into, for example, our master's and doctoral degrees in hospitality. I'll also add that we have a lot of natural connection with South Korea, and so the person who's the director of IFES is a UNLV alum. We have many South Korean faculty on our UNLV campus, and we have many alumni in South Korea, especially in the hospitality business. So it definitely brings additional worldwide visibility for the campus, as well as ideally some positive revenue back to the university.
Outstanding. Thank you, President Heavey. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Are there any other questions for the president? Regent DeCarlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. It says in the briefing paper that they invited you. So I'm assuming that they've invited other hospitality colleges and then they'll pick who they want?
No. I think they've invited 4 of the 5 new campuses that they're hoping to add, but they don't do overlapping programs. So they've invited us as the sole hospitality program into that campus.
Okay, so make sure those 10 pages are great. Thank you.
Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Heavey, will these students pay international registration and fee when they're on the campus in South Korea?
Yes, so that would be something we're going to have to work out. They likely would not be paying the full rate, and we would have to come back to the board to ask for approval for offering the degree at a somewhat lower rate. We anticipate in this instance the tuition would be about $20,000 a year while they're in Korea studying, whereas here it would be about $34,000 a year for an international student. But again, all of the capital costs are covered by South Korea. So they build likely a building valued at $100 million for us. One of the other things that's interesting that's happening there is they're building integrated resorts like the Las Vegas resorts that we know well, that have gaming and all the amenities, and that's one of the reasons they're interested in having UNLV there. They've even talked about the possibility of building a separate campus for us that's near the integrated resorts that sit right next to the Incheon Airport, which is the international airport serving South Korea.
Thank you.
Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just want to say, I think, I like that you listed off the 3 things that you cared about when approaching this. And I think as a board, anything that builds our recognition, whether that's across the region, across the country, especially if it reaches globally, I think this is a win for Nevada, getting more eyeballs on this and being the top hospitality school. This is just another feather in that cap that strengthens that. So I think this is a really strategic move. We know that the Asian markets are growing. We see MGM and Caesars investing pretty heavily in those spaces. And so I just wanted to commend that it sounds like they reached out and you guys made a smart decision and now moving forward in a strategic manner. And I just appreciate coming to us so we can see this, but it does sound like a good move for our state and for the university. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Heavey. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 22, the global campus exploration with China.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Goodman, Regents. Chris Heavey, Interim President of UNLV. This is a similar situation, but much less structured, and this one is being done in partnership with Las Vegas Sands. As Regent Brown just noted, there is tremendous investment in China from some of our major resort companies in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas Sands being the leading presence in Macau. And so we've done a lot. As you know, you approved the Las Vegas Sands Institute for Chinese Language and Culture at UNLV, which is off and running and proudly has 50 scholarship students this fall studying Mandarin. And this is sort of the next step in that, to try to build bridges between US and China, and Las Vegas and China, and UNLV specifically. And so they don't have as nearly as identified a structure. They do have a place similar to the Incheon Global Campus, but we don't know that we would locate there. When we were there just recently, we did tour 3 different sites that range between 50 and 150 acres. And the notion is they would give us the land for those sites, and that we would potentially build an independent campus, or we will continue to explore the idea of going into what they call the Lingshui pilot zone, which is their parallel situation to the Incheon Global Campus. So there's a little bit more leeway here in terms of what we're doing, but in the same kind of parameters are guiding our decision making. And we're very pleased to report that as of today, we've received a very large donation, high 6-figure donation from Las Vegas Sands Corporation to fund the feasibility study that would help us explore the many different possibilities that would help us open a campus. And it would be in Hainan Island of China, which is becoming an international free trade zone and is a noted resort destination internationally, much like it's called the Hawaii of China is what it's known as. And so this one's a little bit more wide open. We're not exactly sure how it will evolve, but we're excited to explore it and really proud to partner with Las Vegas Sands on this initiative. I'll have a lot more information when we come back after we've done the feasibility study.
Thank you, President. Are there any questions?
Chair.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. President Heavey, this is great. I love this. I just had a couple of questions to clear things in my mind. In China, they have to go through what's known as the Gaokao. That's a real tough test to get into these universities and colleges. Will we be applying that to the students that join us, or will we be going with the regular tests that we have to get into higher education and, into the master's, PhD program. So do we go with that, or what's the plan? Have we started thinking that far yet, or no?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Regent Boylan. I think we would be interested in accepting the Gaokao as one of the pathways to admission, but one of the important things to note is these campuses would be open to students from China and from other countries. And so it would not just be limited to students from China, and that the instruction would be in English. And so we would expect it to be an international group of students coming together on this campus. And so there would definitely be different pathways, including the traditional US type qualifications that would be needed for students to enter a university inside the United States.
Thank you, President Hebe. You got my second question already. You just answered it. We will be instructing in English.
Correct.
So that's good to know. Now, does all of this planning of ours have anything to do with the 600,000 students that President Trump said he'd like to invite to America? Does this have anything, has that played in our planning? No. Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. I think the answer to that question is yes. I mean, both President Trump and President Xi have talked about the desire to have more international students flowing both directions. And one of the things that's extremely notable, we've seen a substantial decline in Chinese students coming to the United States over the last few years. We've seen even bigger declines in U.S. students traveling to China for study. The numbers has dropped to be extremely low, just in the few thousands of students coming from the U.S. to China. And so I think both leaders believe that more exchanges at that level will lead to more opportunities for understanding and dialogue between the nations.
That's nice. Now, does it apply to our students from America going there to study, or will it be that they have to go through HB1 visas or something like that? Because that's always a problem for students, getting these visas, whether it's coming here or going there. Am I right about that?
Thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. Yes, the visas are definitely important for international students. That would be part of our feasibility study, is understanding what the visa conditions would be in this potential initiative, because these students would be studying in China. But notably, they are focusing on making Hainan Island a free trade zone, and it is becoming one of the areas in China that people can travel to currently for limited amounts of time without a visa. It's a visa-free zone. I think maybe the only one actually that will exist in China. Maybe Macau is also a visa-free zone. But we'll have to get into the details of what the process would be for vetting the students to get the Chinese visa that they would need to be there as students.
Oh, that's outstanding. That's good to know, especially that there'd be visa-free zones. The other thing I have, Chair, just the last thing, the next time you are going there, I'm just volunteering to go with you because it's a tough job. Someone has to be with you, all right?
Well, thank you.
President Hebe. Thank you, Chair.
Regent Boylan. I do think it would probably be useful to bring a few of the board members over to see what's happening there, if we can arrange that, and that's already something I think I suggested to Chancellor McNair. So we'll see if we can create that opportunity.
Well, I second that. I'll talk to McNair there. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, President Hebe. I don't see any additional questions. We appreciate all the information. We're going to move the agenda's items around just a little bit as lunches will be here shortly. So we're going to go to agenda item number 25, which is the vacancy in the office of President for NSU. And with that, I'll throw this over to our Chancellor, Matt McNair.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. As you heard earlier, Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Goodman, Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, and I traveled to the Nevada State campus last week to hear from constituencies about what they want to see about the leadership going forward. As you heard earlier today, we heard that day strong support for an acting president and a national search. and I therefore recommend that you approve today moving forward with naming an acting president and moving ahead with the search. And if you do, then I will consult with Chair Brooks and come back to the next meeting with recommendations for the person to serve as acting chair and more details about that search.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any, Regent Brown?
Thank you so
Chair-
much.
Oh, go ahead.
Regent Brown, for the record. So I was taking notes while we heard from the constituents from Nevada State. And what I actually heard them say was that they were looking for stability and they were looking to move forward. And I think they were all in agreement that a national search is important, but I think they were using acting when it sounded like they meant interim. I'm not going to speak on their behalf, but the vernacular and the way that they were talking about what was happening on campus. So I think that we're all in agreement that, this is one of our really important institutions. It needs a good leader. I would just strongly ask my colleagues to consider interim and then with the search. And so we don't limit our choices, right? By choosing acting, we've now excluded somebody in that position from applying when we do our search. So that would be my ask, is that we change that around to be interim with the search.
Thank you, Regent Brown. I'd like to address that based on the listening session that we did. And what I can assure you is there was an overwhelming request from that institution for an acting, not an interim. And what we found in some of these conversations was that there was a little bit of confusion in terms of the difference between an acting and an interim. And so the only thing that I can assume is if you heard some confusion today, then maybe there's something in there that still exists. But overwhelmingly, the various bodies that we heard from are very much in favor of an acting and a national search.
Can I ask a follow-up with that? Because it's my understanding that acting interim, simply the difference is that acting cannot actually apply for the permanent position, interim could.
That's correct.
So why would we as regents ever limit our future choices by stopping it right now with what I heard from the student body president and the students that spoke, that they think what our officer in charge is doing is working. And so this is going to take a multi-month process. We might as well be able to have all the information at our fingertips by allowing it to be an interim that gives us options in the future.
Well, I certainly don't want to speak for everybody on every regent who's here,
Chair.
but what?
Chair, Jimmy Martinez, for the record,
go
if I
ahead.
could jump in, I can help explain the details to the acting versus interim process. The way the code is currently set out is an appointment of an acting requires a simple majority vote of the board, and a search is started immediately. And it can be for no more than 12 months. So the way that usually happens is if you have a president who's an acting president and they're put into the position, then their term ends either in no more than 12 months or when a permanent president takes office or is appointed. When it comes to an interim appointment, now that interim appointment requires a supermajority vote of the board, but it also requires a 1 to 3 year contract. So it doesn't really give you the option to just appoint an interim and then start a search, because then what would happen is, first, the code doesn't anticipate a search is going to be started right away. What it does say is that it is during the term of the interim contract, a search can be started at any time by the board. So it almost anticipates the board coming back, and if the board decides that they're not confident this is the person, they can come back and later start a search. if you were to try to start a search immediately and that search, say, takes 6 to 9 months, then you would have a contract liability in the sense that you would have to buy the interim person out of their contract for the rest of their term. So that's kind of the difference between the two. There's a lot of history as to why the code has gotten to where it is today and why the process is what it is. But that's a brief summary of what the specific regulations say today.
Sure.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I can say, since I've been on the board, we had a situation where there was an opening at an institution, and we put in an acting, and because the person at the time was not interested in the interim, and they changed their mind, and we did go back as a board at a meeting and change the acting to an interim. So that can happen too. Am I correct, Jimmy? I think you were around.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. That's correct. There's nothing prohibiting the board from coming back at a later date and adjusting to a change of circumstance. But just the initial process is just kind of restrictive in the way the code reads.
Thank you. I wanted to just throw that out. So we have so many new people that it's just not in stone. Whatever, if we do go acting today, it can be changed. So just want everybody to understand that. Thank you.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. I've got a few concerns. I know that there's an active whistleblower complaint under investigation at the institution. There are complaints against several vice presidents there. And I suggest, no, I won't make that an issue. We got Dr. Keebler from the registry, and he was there for a year, and that's acting. Right. So he was there for a year. We need some outside blood. I'm great on supporting, someone with institutional knowledge. But with all these things that I came across from different people about these complaints and this active whistleblower investigation, it gives me a lot of concern. I'd like to have somebody from the outside come in, like Dr. Keebler did. And that's my opinion and my, concern. I'd like to have these things looked into.
Thank you, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. And just for clarification, what we're looking at today is voting on how we're going to set this up. So for instance, if we do acting in a national search, there are still possibilities of what that acting part looks like. And so it is a way to move things forward, and it's a way to move things forward based on the voices that we heard at the institution.
Oh, thank you, sir. I know that we're not choosing the person today, but I'm saying that's how I'd like to see somebody. We could choose someone from the registry and then go to a national search. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Regent Boylan. You're correct. Regent Gokachia?
Yes, I just need a clarification. And are you saying then if we appoint an acting, we can make it to where they could be considered in the national search? I don't know why anyone would want to take a job as an acting if they truly wanted a job, wanted to move ahead, why you would be the acting and then not be eligible to be considered in a national search.
The way that I appreciate that, Regent Gokachia, just the way that it's set up with policy is that you're correct, and acting does not have the ability to apply for the position. There are plenty of reasons of why we would have an acting in place at an institution. And so there are some past examples of why we've done that as a board and how that's worked. And usually when the board votes to move for an acting, it automatically kicks off a search. And so a search can be done either local, nationally. Obviously, if we say national, it also means local. But usually those two things happen at the same time.
But I just need a clarification though. Can we take an action as a board that would allow the acting to also be considered? Apparently it's against the handbook to do that.
So for the basis of what we would be doing today, the short answer is yes. Could the board always come back and say, we know we set things in motion one way, but we'd like to revisit it and do something different? Yes, the board can do that.
Thank you.
Regent Brown?
Can I ask for some clarification on that? Because it sounds to me from Jimmy Martinez's comments that if we were to say, hey, we actually want to move this to an interim because we want them to be able to apply, wouldn't we then have to start a 1 to 3 year contract process? And so we would just be kicking the can down the road if this is what we decided, which would probably mean this board wouldn't make that decision because that would just prolong, because I'm assuming we're gonna start a search eventually, right? And so to me, if we're looking at this as, hey, this means a minimum of a year, we just went through 3 of these processes. We know that this is a 6-month minimum, more like 9 to 10 months process. So if we were to do interim, over the next 2 months, we get organized, then we start the process. Like, it feels like a natural fit and a timeline for this process anyways, and it gives us all the options possible.
I appreciate that, Regent Brown. And I would defer to council because I'm not so sure that it gives us all the options. The option that the institution voices, what they shared was they would like to see a national search. And so I think it would be very easy to say to that, okay, we'll do a national search. Those same voices made it very clear that they would like to see an acting. And for whatever reason, those folks have in their opinion of the way they would like to see things progress with the institution, with the choices that were laid out to them, that was the choice that they had made, that enacting would best serve that institution and a national search would best serve that institution. So the most that we can do, having had the listening sessions, is come back before the board and say, this is what we heard while we were on the campus.
And I appreciate that, Regent Brown, for the record. I just heard them today in public comment. And so I wasn't obviously at the listening sessions. So I can only take what I heard and I guess my interpretation, because we can't ask questions during public comment. But when people are getting up there talking about they like the stability, they like they were officer in charge, Lázaro Lopez was named personally a few times. So I'm in agreement that a national search is good for this institution. But I also want to get to know officer in charge Lázaro Lopez more in this role as we go through the process. And if she decides she wants to apply for the position, that is an option for us. We talk a lot about in the state how continuity is so important and how people who are local need to be given a chance. I hear it all the time. I agree a national search is important because, look, we've got some incredible people that came to us from outside of Nevada. I just worry that we're not giving ourselves options. And in reality, it's not like we're going to start the search tomorrow, right? And so we're not really talking about a timeline that's so different than what it would be if we did acting and we moved forward. And I think that's the sticking point, is really like a 2, maybe 3 month process.
Chair Brooks, for the record, so I appreciate your perspective on it. I think it's a little bit different when we're taking a look at the policies that we have and how we move things forward and the voices that we heard. And I absolutely respect the fact that there were some things that you heard today, but I'm sure that you also respect, you didn't hear all things. We were able to hear all things. And so there are the possibility of, different options even with inside an acting or an interim, but the institution was very strong in leaning towards acting. And what I'm purposely not doing is, in this meeting, is suggesting any particular person, because we still have processes to go through once we get past this agenda item. And then there's other things we've got to be able to do to bring something back to the board. And so, again, we're just taking this in the steps that we have laid out in policy. Vice Chair Goodman, is there anything that you'd like to add to the conversation?
Regent Carvalho wanted to say something first. I believe her name's in the queue. Go ahead, Regent.
Thank you. I appreciate the robust conversation today, and I clearly heard acting. I've heard it several times from others as well. I would like to ask both Dr. Buali, who is the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State, for his input on this, if possible, but also for Chancellor McNair to perhaps give us a little bit more regarding his actual recommendation that he's given to the board. If you would be so kind to allow that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Regent Carvalho. Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Regent Carvalho, thanks for the question. The conversation, I think, is about the fact that the policy provides us only two options and maybe doesn't provide us with the options that we might like. It doesn't provide us with as many options as could be available. And it's one of the things I think we've talked about potentially reviewing those policies going forward because we might want to give ourselves more options. The fact is today, we only have two choices, one of which is acting, which is up to 12 months. The other one is interim, which is 1 to 3 years minimum of 1 year. And so if we wanted to, there was down an option for us to name a temporary leader that can apply for the job, but give less than a 12-month contract. So that's, I think, the rub here.
Does that answer your question, Regent Carvalho?
I suppose so. I know we're also trying to stay within the confines of this agenda item as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and thank you, Regent Carvalho, for asking for my voice in this. So based on what the constituents at Nevada State have said throughout all of the meetings, as I alluded to earlier in my public comment, although it may sound paradoxical, the two main things that we would like is a national search and an acting president. And without maybe going too out of bounds on this, an acting president allows for national search to occur simultaneously, where there is a possibility that if an interim candidate were selected, or we chose an interim president, that they could also just be appointed from the board without a national search. And so we really, really want a national search. The acting president allows for continuity over the next year. We have a lot of balls in the air, so to speak. And so hopefully that some of those things that we're doing project-based wise will land over the next year. And we can also have a national search. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for coming up and speaking. Regent Downs?
Chair Brooks, Regent Downs for the record. So I feel like what I'm going to ask is already been asked and answered a couple times, but just directly to Jimmy, is it possible to have a search eligible acting president? Or is that just a thing that doesn't exist?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. The short answer is no. The code currently clearly states that an acting shall not be eligible to apply. So before the board could do something like that, you would have to go through the code amendment process and change that aspect of the code.
Okay. I thought I heard that sometime in the past that an active was updated to be allowed, but maybe it's what Regent Del Carlo was pointing to. It was changed from acting to interim. So maybe my memory is flawed. So thank
Jimmy
you.
Martinez for the record. I think that's correct. There's nothing to prevent the board from coming back in the future and changing an acting appointment to an interim appointment with an appointment with a contract of 1 to 3 years. So there's different ways to do it. Even if you do an interim, there's nothing preventing the board from, at a later date, the code allows for a search to be started at a later date. But it's just the acting code, the provision that restricts it itself would need a code amendment to change.
I didn't know if we as a board could just override a particular one-time situation?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Unfortunately not. There's, if the board is going to override code, it needs to do so with a proper amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Brooks, I might jumping in real quick. I believe Ms. Rodriguez had raised her hand. I don't know if you'd seen that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We'll go to you, and then Regent Breger, and then Regent Del Carlo.
Yes, so I'm NSHE Chair Roger Serrano for the record. I am in talks with Vice Chair Lahana Pierce, who is the Nevada Student Alliance president right now, and she did give public comment earlier on. And I was just clarifying whether she had intended to mean acting or interim. She did specify, she said acting, as in terms of stability, as Regent Brown was saying. She was just saying as in just having a president to keep stability until we can do a national search, was what she specified.
Thank you. Thank you very much for addressing that and letting us know and clarifying. Thank you very much. Regent Breger?
Thank you, Regent Breger for the record. I know that Regent Del Carlo wants to speak, but I will throw out a motion, and then I know it can be open, so I'm not saying other than what I'm going to do. I would make a motion to follow the Chancellor's recommendation to have an acting president, at NSU. Sorry. With a national search commencing at his pleasure.
Mr. Chair, pardon the interruption. So the policy provides that the board will determine the scope of the search at the meeting where the acting is appointed. So the motion would not include national search at this time, but clearly we've heard from the institution that that's what they're interested in.
My motion then just removes the national search aspect of it.
Thank
I'll
you.
second the motion.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Regent Downs.
Regent Downs. Thank you. So we have a motion to have an acting president at Nevada State University by Regent Breger, seconded by Regent Downs. Is there any other discussion? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you. I was in the queue, but I was just going to say that I couldn't find it. I went looking for it, but we all got a letter. I thought it was signed by 4 different people at Nevada State asking for the acting, and we did get a memorandum from our chancellor on September 10th, and his recommendation was for an acting. So that's what I heard from everybody was acting. And as I stated before and clarified with Jimmy, whoever this person is acting. If they want to apply for it, we as a board have the ability to change it to interim. This has happened before. So, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Is there any other comments? So we have a motion then on the floor regarding the vacancy in the office of president at NSU to bring in an acting president. Again, motion was made by Regent Breger, seconded by Regent Downs. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yay.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. The motion passes. The board will start working on the acting. Thank you, Chancellor, for all the work that you've done on this, and thank you, Vice Chair Goodman, for the work that you've done on this. It's 12:48, and I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, I said let's eat.
Okay. Regent Del Carlo said it's time to eat, so we're going to take a break, and we'll have lunch now. Thank you. Good afternoon. We will resume our meeting now that we've had a great lunch. Because of travel, we're going to skip around just a little bit. We're going to start off with agenda item number 24, and then we're going to move into committee reports. So we'll do a 24 first, and then committee reports. So agenda item number 24 is code amendments. This is officers of the Nevada System of Higher Education. This is actually some items that were brought forward in new business by Regent Del Carlo, Regent Breger, and myself, not consecutively on the same day, but nonetheless, there were some revisions that Regents wanted in in two areas. One was a vacancy in the office of the chancellor, the other's a vacancy in the office of the president. And so what I'd like to do is open this up for discussion or clarification if anyone has questions regarding these amendments. I don't see any questions. And so if there's no questions, then I'm just going to call for a motion.
Regent Brown here. I'll motion to approve Agenda Item 24, Code Amendments, Officer of the Nevada System of Higher Education.
Thank you. Is there a second? So we have a motion to approve the code amendments by Regent Brown, a second by Regent Batista. I'll ask one more time for any type of discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the code amendments, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. So item number 24 passes. Thank you. For the interest of time and travel, we're going to move to agenda item number 31. These are committee reports, and the committee report items 31 through 36 will be considered for approval in one motion unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. And what I'd like to do is offer the chairs of these committees an opportunity, if they would like, to speak about things that have happened in their committee. And keep in mind, committee chairs, that you'll still have the reports that were, by now you should have them, that were provided for you. And I'll start by asking if there's any committee chair that would like to speak about anything that happened in their committees. Regent Brown.
Thank you so much, Regent Brown, for the record. So I just want to take a few minutes to highlight an important and timely policy revision before us today, one that directly supports Nevada's workforce needs and honors the learning and lived experiences of our students that we help. So this proposal update to our credit for prior learning policy is much more than a technical adjustment. It's a bold step towards valuing our students' experience, whether they come from the military, workforce apprenticeships, or non-traditional pathways, creating clearer, more consistent pathways across all NSHE institutions so that students' prior learning is recognized in a fair, streamlined, and student-centered way, and ultimately removing unnecessary barriers to completion, which align directly with our goals of affordability, access, and workforce alignment. This is especially urgent at a time when Nevada's economy is evolving rapidly and employers are asking for faster, more flexible ways to get skilled workers into critical roles. We have adult learners, working parents, and veterans who have already done the learning. Our job is to recognize it. Supporting this policy revision today is not just a compliance step, it's a signal to our students that we see them, we value their experience, and we are ready to meet them with the recognition they deserve. I also want to give a quick preview of some exciting work ahead in this space. On October 10th, all of our NSHE institutions will come together for a statewide credit for prior learning convening at Western Nevada College. Thank you to Dr. Dalpy and the WNC team for hosting. This convening, supported by the three constellation of support grants, will guide and support institutions in planning and growing for credit for prior learning strategies. The day's agenda includes everything from return on investment modeling to data review to action planning, all with the goal of helping every campus build a robust, equitable credit for prior learning framework that meets students where they are. Additionally, this fall, discipline groups will also come together to review and streamline common test credit awarding, including CLEP, AP, International Baccalaureate Test. There's a lot of work ahead, but this is an exciting and meaningful step towards some really great progress. And I just want to thank the committee members and the staff at NSHE, Natalie Brown and Daniel Archer, for their incredible work on this. This is really exciting for our system to take a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. I just want to make sure that, is there any other chair that would like to talk about the work they've done in the committee?
Yes, please.
Was that Regent Goodman?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Great. As the Health Sciences Chair, I wanted to just share some of the work that's happening. There's a wonderful collaboration that's taking place between the dental schools of UNLV as well as the dental hygiene school over at CSN. They're working together to really it's just a great collaboration, and it's just going to help our community. So if you are interested, take a look at that. GBC is doing incredible things. I honestly think what's happening at that institution is best practice for really our entire system. They have 100% pass rates. The work that they're doing there is so incredible, not only for our state, but for our rurals. And it's a wonderful presentation. I would encourage everyone to take a look at that. And then finally, I'm very excited. It's close to my heart. In December, we are going to be bringing back a college sports betting study that has been done by the International Gaming Institute at UNLV. And it is a survey that they actually put out throughout the entire system to all students. We had nearly 5,000 respondents. And so it should be a really interesting report on college betting in our college students, or sports betting in our college students. And I think it's going to be a wonderful study, and the data that we've collected is significant there. So I'm very excited to bring that back to the full board meeting in December. So thank you very much, and we're thrilled with everything that's going on in health sciences.
Thank you. Regent Arascata?
Thank you much. Chair of Academic Research and Student Affairs, I just want to express appreciation to Team ARSA, which is Daniel Archer, Renee Davis, and Tarina. Sir, thank you. Tarina, one more time. Katurda. Thank you. I always mess up her last name. But what I want to do is express the collaboration and the continuing increased collaboration between academic institutions and the staff of ARSA and myself. Also, Vice Chair Downs. We really appreciate the communication that we receive and the thoughtful presentations that go in to any sort of program elimination or the increase of a program. Please continue doing what we're doing, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Regent Breger?
Thank you. As chair of the audit committee, I just want to say to the committee, hard work goes into that, knowing that there's lots of numbers, and to our auditor, Lauren Tripp, bringing forth what we need in a timely manner. But we are looking at more accountability in regards to moving up audits if a president leaves or anyone with financial abilities within our system, to make sure that we are on target, to make sure that the monies are where they need to be and how they need to be. So there's going to be some additional audits that have been agreed to, just to keep us very transparent. So thank you to all those that work on that. And it's a very, I don't think people always understand that sometimes there's like 53 different audits in one particular agenda item. And so a lot of work goes into that from that whole team. But I thank the audit committee for being very diligent in what we do. So thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Breger. Was that Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Safety Committee, I've got to thank the committee members. We had some great discussions. We went over time, I think about 2 hours. That just shows how much importance the committee members gave the committee. I have to thank Council Jimmy here, and for all the help, in putting all of that together. Talking about accountability, that's going to be one of our main goals, is to get accountability from all of those and all of us responsible for the safety. There's too much terrible things going on at universities. We just saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. We can't stop it all, but we have to be prepared. So if we don't know what we don't know, these kind of things will happen again. So the committee is determined to have more meetings than we did before. So I'll thank all the members, especially Vice Chair Ariscada. He guided me a lot from his experience as chair of the committee, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Regent Carvalho? Did you want
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, as chair of the hardest working committee on the board, the Business, Finance, and Facilities Committee, I want to share my heartfelt appreciation for Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone and all of the business officers at each of our institutions. They work hard day in and day out to provide the transparency and accountability to the work that we do, and especially to the students that we serve at our institutions. So I thank all of them and look forward to working with them again. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho, was there any disclosures that you need to make in these, if we're going to approve these committee reports?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I am disclosing that I'm a student in the higher ed PhD program at UNLV. Because of this conflict of interest, I will be abstaining from the vote for that item on the ARSA committee. So I believe with council's assistance that I'm requesting that that item be pulled from the report so that I can abstain from that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Carvalho. So we'll have that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so Chair Brooks, I mean, you have a couple different ways of doing this, but if you, taking into account Regent Carvalho's disclosure and abstention, there could be a motion to approve committee minutes 31, 32, 33, 34, and 36, which would be all the committee reports, but for the ARSA committee. And then once you get through that, you could entertain a motion to approve the ARSA agenda item number 35 with everything but for the program PhD piece that Regent Carvalho just referenced in her disclosure and abstention. And then finally, there could be a motion to approve that piece of the ARSA committee.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Council. Thank you. So I'll look for a motion to approve agenda items 31 through 36, excluding agenda item number 35.
Thank you, Chair. Regent McGrath, I would move to approve the reports for agenda items 31, 32, 33, 34, and 36.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Regent
I'll
Ariscada.
second, okay.
Regent Borland, was there something you wanted to add?
I was just going to second it, so thank you so much. But
Thank you, Regent
Ariscada got ahead of me.
So all those in favor of approving the agenda or the Workforce Committee reports 31 through 36, excluding 35, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those who oppose? The motion passes. I'll now ask for a motion to approve agenda item number 35.
Motion to approve agenda item 35.
Second.
Motion to approve agenda item 35 was made by...
Chair Brooks, sorry to jump in here. I think one other option would be, and maybe it wasn't clear earlier, to allow Regent Carvalho to vote on everything in the ARSA report, but for the piece she disclosed on, would be to withdraw this motion, and you could entertain a motion to approve everything in 35, but for the program change piece, which would allow her to participate in the vote, and then the final motion would be to just approve the piece of the, to include the program change piece.
Sure, so we could redo the motion and then just vote on agenda item 35 twice?
I mean, I did hear
Correct.
you, but I didn't.
What's
think
that?
it was, I didn't hear him, I understood, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but Amy, I'll amend I'll rescind my motion, and I will move to approve agenda item 35 minus the program change to the PhD in education policy bullet point.
That works.
Okay, so we have a motion from Regent Brown to approve 35 except for the program change policy, seconded by Regent Arascata. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Those who oppose signify by saying no or nay. The motion passes. I'll now ask for another motion to approve the program proposal.
Chair,
piece.
Regent Brown here, I'll motion to approve agenda item 35, bullet point, addressing the program change to the PhD education policy.
Second.
Thank you. So motion made by Regent Brown, seconded by Regent Arascata. I believe everybody heard the motion. Those who approve signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chair,
You gotta
Chair,
say
this is
abstention.
I'm sorry, sure.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Just for clarification on the record, I just want to put on the record that item was the item that Regent Carvalho abstained on.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying that. That's the way that we understood it. Thank you. We'll now go back to agenda item number 27, the handbook revision use of capital improvement fees.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer for the record. This item is requesting your approval of an amendment to the board handbook policy on the use of the capital improvement fees. There are essentially two substantive changes that we're bringing forward, both intended to help with some timeliness in the campus's ability to execute transactions against the capital improvement fee. The first change is to, your policy provides for certain specific areas of usage, and rather than requiring a full board presentation on those items when they fall in those categories within the dollar limits below $1.2 million, that they are simply referenced, they're provided to the board through the Business Finance Facilities Committee as through a notice period where they provide a description of the intended use and then allow time for any questions or concerns to be raised before those items move forward. That notice period in the policy without the revision is 30 days. The proposal is to reduce that notice period to 7 days, which is in alignment with a similar notice provision in your signature delegation policy that's also been in place for a few years now and has been working well in regard to that policy. So that's one of the substantive changes. The other is to introduce language that provides for, in certain cases of emergency, risk of either human or facilities risks, that the campuses have the ability to move forward with those funds and report back to you on those on those uses in that case as well. And I think we introduced that in addition to was previously amended in this policy that provides for a annual reporting of all of your capital improvement fee uses. So that's not an amendment today, but that's an amendment that was put in place back in September of 23 that we brought those first reports forward. And I think those reports are also helping in terms of achieving some goals of transparency and reporting on the use of the fees. So I think that'll end my comments, and I'd appreciate your consideration on those amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, CFO Fatone. I appreciate that. Are there any questions for the CFO regarding this change? If not, I will ask for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I will approve.
Second so there's a motion to approve agenda item number 27, the handbook revision use of the capital improvement fee. It was made by Regent Arascata, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Those Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. That motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item number 28. This is a nomination for Nevada State Board of Education. This is where the Board of Regents essentially selects somebody who is interested in being on this board. And what I would
Chair
ask,
Brooks?
I'm sorry, who's calling?
Vice Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair Goodman.
I wanted to see if, I'd like to nominate Regent Amy Carvalho for this position.
I would
Okay.
second that, to follow up with the motion.
Okay, is there any other?
Brager.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Goodman to, this is to nominate Regent Amy Carvalho to sit on the Nevada State Board of Education. It was seconded by Regent Brager. Is there any discussion regarding this? We'll just move right to a vote then. All those who are in favor of this, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. Congratulations, Regent Carvalho. You are now sitting on the Nevada State Board of Education.
Mr.
Perfect.
Chair, Carrie Nikolajewski, for the record, just to clarify, the nomination will now go to the governor, and the governor will appoint the person who sits on the.
Thank you for that clarification. I forgot about the nuance of that piece of it. So at least, Regent Carvalho, congratulations. Your name is now going forward to the governor's office. We'll now move to agenda item number 29. This is a review of post-tenure review policy. This was actually part of some new business that Regent McGrath had brought up. It was something that I had brought up as well. And we'll hear from Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. As you alluded to, this item is being brought forward in response to two separate new business items by Regents, Regent Brooks in September of 2024, and then Regent McGrath in June of 2025. So both Regents requested that NSHE examine its post-tenure review policy. So obviously we're following up on that request today. Before I go further, I want to emphasize something I think it's really, really important here. The vast majority of our faculty meet their responsibilities every day and do a really good job. They teach with care, they conduct meaningful research, and they support their students, their institutions, their colleagues. I want to emphasize many times over, this review is not a reflection on them. It's about ensuring that when issues do arise, that we have consistent and effective tools and processes in place to address them accordingly. I also want to be very clear at the outset that this review is not about academic freedom. Academic freedom is foundational to higher education and remains fully protected within NSHE. Instead, this review is about how the post-tenure review process functions in practice here, and this is really about looking at culture and accountability. At its core, this is really asking a couple things. Does the review process work effectively? And then do we have the right tools in place to maintain standards while also supporting the success of both faculty and students here? And although the overwhelming majority of our faculty uphold high professional standards, we have seen an increase in student concerns that have been noted through various channels over the last year or so. So I think this makes this request both reasonable and responsible. So as part of this work, NSHE staff will review the policy language and examine how it operates day to day across our institutions. This will include representatives from academic and student affairs, legal, HR, and other representatives as needed. We want to look at this through multiple lenses, so we will work with faculty senate chairs, student leaders, and campus administrators to understand where the process is working well and where it presents challenges. And I can't stress the importance of shared governance enough in this process. Again, shared governance, shared governance, shared governance. Want to emphasize that no board action is requested at this time. This is simply to inform you that we intend to begin this review. We plan right now to return by spring of 2026 to share findings and, if appropriate, bring forward recommendations. At the end of the day, this review is about working together to ensure that our processes and tools are effective, fair, and consistent while exploring where they can potentially be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Vice Chancellor Archer? I have, it looks like Vice Chair Goodman, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Did you want to go ahead and go first, Chair?
No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I just wanted Daniel to ask the question of Mr. Martini that was here. I think it was yesterday. He said in public comment that this is something that is more institutional. And I have had conversations with a couple of the presidents on this. Is this something that is is this something that is more of an institution issue, or is this something that is a system issue? I'm wondering.
I think that's a very fair question, Daniel Archer, for the record. I think like a lot of things, you're probably going to get different opinions on that. I know I've just had some very limited anecdotal feedback, and I've certainly heard different things. I think, to steal a line earlier, I think it's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because the intent here is to conduct a review and see what's working well and what's not working, and then I think we'd be able to answer that a lot more comprehensively after that review.
Well, the end goal is what the concern was with regard to some of the students that came and from TMCC, and I just want to make sure that we are making sure that there is some kind of review process, but I also don't want to go through some kind of major issue if it's something that's more institution-based rather than system-based. So we can have an offline conversation about that.
Sounds good.
Regent McGrath.
Just a quick question. In the briefing paper, it mentions incorporating external context. So does that mean that the review will include looking at what other states or systems do in order to make recommendations about change, or is it going to focus primarily on reviewing what we are doing at our institutions?
Yeah, Daniel Archer, for the record, great question. Yes, it's both. It's internal, and about my background, I've had an opportunity to work in systems both in the South and the Midwest, so I can see the national landscape pretty well. So definitely we will be looking at other states and systems for sure.
All right, appreciate this, and I appreciate the way that it was put forward. Thank you for that.
I have a question regarding timeliness, and it seems like there has been question about how things get done under tenure for quite some time now. And it may be a faster route might be to immediately start having conversations with presidents who are looking at whether it is their internal policy or the policy of the system that is inhibiting some things to be done at institutions regarding instructors who have professors who have tenure. I think that's where some of this really started, is what does the policy look like, and does the policy inhibit the presidents from moving or taking an action that they would like to take? And if that policy is inhibited by the system, by some type of board policy, then certainly we'd want to be made aware of that as quickly as we can so that we can start taking a look at how do we change that to free up the hands of the presidents at the institutions who clearly at some institutions, they're having problems with the way things are moving. And so I appreciate that you wanted to bring this back in the spring of 2026, but I'm wondering, even just based on limited feedback by presidents, how soon do you think that you could have conversations with them to come back to the board with something that at least outlines what's happening at the institution from the president's perspective?
I think we could do something sooner rather than later on that. It just kind of depends on when. I know we have a special meeting in October. I definitely think by December we'd have something. In terms of the timeline, is that, what are you thinking then, Mr. Chair?
Listen, I think that's, when I heard October, I thought, oh, this is moving exactly the way I'd love to see something move, right? Let's talk about it, let's get it fixed. But listen, if that's not possible, then December is a great time to bring something like this forward, I think. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that consideration. Yeah, thank you. I don't think are there any other questions for Vice Chancellor? Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. We'll move on now to agenda item number 30. This is the standardization of and uniformity in budgeting and reporting practices. This was something, again, that had come up in new business. Regent Brown was somebody who had brought up concerns about reporting. It was something that I had brought up, and so I appreciate that. We'll hear from CFO Chris Fatone on this.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, Chris Fatone for the record. And I'll keep my comments pretty brief, and I know my briefing paper was also pretty brief, but I wanted to just note that I think, we do work pretty diligently trying to ensure that we are bringing forward reports that are consistent and transparent. I think I wanted to mention, your policies and our systems, I think we configure them and design them to be, to lead towards standard information and data collection and reporting. I think we necessarily and appropriately have them in where they need to be designed to be a little flexible, because we are working across very different size and scope organizations that are trying to live within a single policy. So, as you know, we often talk about the challenge of trying to work with one size fits all when it comes to these policies. So I think we're doing in every case trying to balance the interest of being as consistent as possible, as transparent and standard as possible, while also respecting, the fact that we're dealing with very different levels of budgets and staffing in the different organizations to bring those things forward. The briefing paper, just to mention quickly, I think we tried to highlight some of the areas we have heard very loud and clear over the past year and a half, 2 years, the concerns that have come up in some specific areas, but also just some interests in always improving our processes and the information and completeness of the information that's coming to you. And so I tried to identify some reports that have already been worked on and improved and brought to you. And again, I think we continually work on improving those, so we never consider them done. But also wanted to note some things that I know were of high interest that are still the next iteration of those reports are coming forward to you soon. So I know I've been spending quite a bit of time with the business officers over the past year on the fee balance report in particular. I know that was one that really kicked this off for me last year. And so we have been working on that report in particular, knowing we're going to be bringing to you this cycle still a summary report to keep it high level in that, so the high level report's available to you, but also very much more thorough and consistent detail behind that for every account balance that would be subject to reporting under your policy. Also, as you've seen over the past year, as we've been bringing forward both quarterly athletic reports and this past June, a projection of the full year in advance of your March meeting. I think we've been working hard on getting those reports standardized. So I think those were just the main things I wanted to highlight, and then I would pause if you had any questions.
Regent Brown.
Thank you so much. Regent Brown for the record. So can we expect by this December, when we see the student fee budgets, that they'll be uniformed?
The student fee balance report is absolutely going to be uniform, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's what got me started on this. But, I mean, also just, we were in the Securities Committee not too long ago, and Northern Command and Southern Command report different numbers. It's not bad, it's just, if I'm not an expert in security, I want to be able to see. So I think this is I'm glad that we're starting with the budgets, obviously follow the money and see where it goes, right? But I also hope that this is a system-wide across all committees and everything that we do, because to your point, not everything is the same, but let's keep it blank if it's not, if it doesn't match, or I forget the word, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but if it's not, what word am I trying to say? If it's not like uniform, I don't know. If it's not important, if it's not germane to whatever that institution or organization, then we'll leave it blank, but at least we have something apples to apples instead of comparing apples to oranges.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, and I think this is great, really great that we're doing this. I think it's helpful for not only the regents, for the public that reads things, for institutions. We have a lot of employees that go from one institution to another in their careers, and I just think it simplifies things, and whenever you keep things simple, it just makes it easier for everybody. So I am really happy to see this, and as a system, I think we are totally on the right track to the systemness of all this. She distracted me, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. One of the items that I feel is most imperative with this process are congruent reports from one committee to the other. And in the past, actually in the very recent past, they've been somewhat incongruent reports where it's been a dollar amount has been reported to one committee and a completely different report to another. And having the uniformity of those two, it has been frustrating to say the very least, because we're hearing two different reports and it's almost as one committee is being shortchanged and the person at the podium, whomever it is, whatever campus it is being somewhat deceitful with numbers. It doesn't go well, and it will never go well. So make sure that with the money, that the dollar amounts that we're receiving and or the reports that we're receiving are accurate and balanced, and they are congruent with the report that's going to whatever other committee. That is imperative. We will see it, we will find it, we will grill you on the podium. I assure you of it. Thank you.
You know, I've got a question for you. Can you share with us what, from your perspective, when these reports are being generated by institutions, what is the challenges that you face in trying to uniform the process?
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the things that we're working on is, as we think about reporting, or as we're looking at the reports and we're talking about how we might improve them in order to bring them to you, what I always like to look for is an ability to, is our system set up to generate that report so that it could be generated centrally or not? Or do we rely on the campuses to have to prepare them individually in order for us to assemble it as a system report to present to you? And where we can compile them centrally, we would always want the input from the campus, and a review and validation of data that we're pulling centrally. So I would never pull data centrally and report it without the campus being engaged in that process. But being able to have our systems generate the reports at a level that's ready to be presented and have folks review them, I think that's one of the things that we do work on. Our systems are designed to compile information consistently, but reporting is something that we're continually working on. So getting to where we have the report designed in the system to be able to produce it from our offices, or at least in the format that we're trying to present it. I think that's one of the things that we continually work on toward improvement. I think that's where our systems are not already capable of generating a centrally produced report. I think that's one of the challenges that we have, just because then it relies on folks to individually compile those reports, and then it results in a little bit more intensive need to review and validate.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I'm sure we appreciate the perspective of, that it's an item. We recognize that there are some shortcomings perhaps in terms of how things are being reported or regenerated and then coming to the board for review. What is a very real timeline, though, in which these things will, these things can be taken care of so that as the board is getting reports, we can, start enjoying reading things in a manner that's consistent?
I think my goal's been to not repeat, or at least address concerns with each reporting cycle. So even if we're not able to move from campus prepared reports to centrally prepared reports, that doesn't mean we can't address, any issues that we identify in each cycle. So I think that's where I come from the standpoint of it being a continuous improvement process. We do review reports. We do a feedback loop with the campuses when we collect them, and we do, look for anomalies between reporting results that are presented to us to try to make sure we're preventing those things coming forward. That's a process we're following, whether we're able to implement the changes at the system level, meaning the business system level or not, in between cycles. But I think my goal is to address those on a report, each reporting cycle.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Were there any other questions for the CFO? Thank you very much. We'll now move to agenda item number 37, which is new business. Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Regent Downs for the record. I'd like to revisit the title for Chapter 17 assessment of registration fees and consider removing the 10 to 15% assessment on fees. So as students face increasing costs of education, they do not also need to be paying extra to subsidize their fellow students. Thank you.
Is there any new business? Okay. What I'd like to do is thank our host. We really appreciate President Denali, the warm reception that we received coming here, the setup, the amount of work that it took to have this meeting here, all of the great food that was provided by Tommy Romero and Drez Catering, and then OG Deli for the food at Thursday's reception. We appreciate the dancers and everything else that you allowed us to experience while we were here on your campus. Thank you very much. And certainly we want to thank your campus partners, Sarah Negrete, John Evans, Carrie Moisner, Eleanor O'Donnell, Jeffrey Winroad, and the facilities and operations team, Mark Robertson and the GBC IT team, Leslie Maple and the communications team, all those who volunteered to be campus guides, meeting support, and golf cart drivers. We greatly appreciate all of that. The audiovisual folks are always fantastic. Rick Romero, Claudio Singay, Ben Labrador, Martin Santos, Eric Hernandez, Mark Rosenberg, Joseph Domingo. Another outstanding group is our SCS folks who make sure that we've got audio and visual and things are moving the way that they should with the internet. And that's Brian Anzalone, James Unfred, Bentley Holmes Gold. I don't know why I just drew a blank on this one, but it's Gar Castle, Paul Gilbert, Deoka, and Jessica Grawell. Also, we really want to thank the security teams here, University Police Services. Thank you very much, Northern Command, for all of your work, expertise, in making sure that over the course of the couple of days, we could be safe while we're here on this campus. Again, we really do appreciate all of the hard work that everybody did at GBC to make sure that we'd have a great meeting over the last couple of days and experience some fantastic things while being on your campus. It's a beautiful campus. Thank you, President. And with that, we'll move into new business.
Public comment.
I'm sorry, public comment. We could do a round of applause for the president for all the work that she and her staff did. Again, thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll move into public comments. Is there any public comments at the system office in Reno?
There is none.
Is there any public comment? It looks like there might be public comment at the system office in Las Vegas.
There is.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sue Wainscott, Wainscott. I'm speaking as president of the UNLV chapter of Nevada Faculty Alliance. The Nevada Faculty Alliance State Board and all Nevada Faculty Alliance chapter presidents want to express our thanks to you all for postponing
item number 26 regarding potential changes to Title IV, Chapter 4. We thank everyone who commented and expressed that they wanted faculty stakeholders more involved in the process. And we are looking forward to robust conversations about the policy with all of the faculty stakeholder groups in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to public comment at GBC, you know, I did forget to thank a group of folks who really helped out and made sure that this meeting took place. And that's our board staff and our chief of staff, Carrie Nikolajewski and Winter. We appreciate everything that you do. It's a lot of work to take on. You're shuffling people both in the north and the south to make sure that we can have the meeting. So thank you very much. Yeah. So Regent Del Carlo.
Chair, I'd also like to say,
go ahead.
I'm very sorry. I just wanted to say thank you also to Holly and the SES staff here in Southern Nevada.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Regent Carvalho, for bringing those folks up. We'll now move to public comment here at GBC.
Pete Martini, Associate Professor of Psychology and Chair of the Nevada Faculty Alliance at NSU. I just want to express gratitude. I want to thank the board for postponing the revisions to Title IV, Chapter 4. I also want to express my profound gratitude to the Chancellor's Office for their engagement with us this week, and a deep thanks to Chair Brooks for moving this agenda item up so that the faculty who showed up to give public comment could actually see the Regents do the hard work of making some of the choices that you all have to make. I know sometimes it sounds like all we do is come up to complain to you, and there is some truth to that. But I also want to come up here and thank you when I do have profound gratitude to express. So again, my deep thanks.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There are no callers at this time, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, and that means this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.